Let me see if I've got audio here. I updated my internet, so our signal should be much stronger and much better. I don't know if it is, but let's find out. Can someone check the audio on the stream for me?
Sure. It's going.
Awesome. Everybody say something.
Hello.
Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Hello, testing.
Yeah, everybody came through.
Great.
Yeah. Awesome. Okay, well, I am DM Samuel, and I am going to be your DM tonight, and I'm here with my players who I always say are awesome, but you know, we kind of chat beforehand, and every time we chat, I think how much more awesome they are than even what they were last time. So, let's start with Karu.
Hello.
Surprise.
You
Sorry.
caught me by surprise. I've never gone first.
I know, that's why I picked you.
Our ASMR star.
I am playing Marcel Duran, the Lutrinian Storm Sorcerer.
Excellent. And Nina?
Hello, I'm playing Emma Nornestra, who is a human storm cleric.
And David?
Yes, I play actually Tillingquest, who is a halfling bard.
And last but not least, Matt.
Hi, I'm Matt. I'm playing Khonnos, the Sea Elf Warlock.
All right. Wow. You know, times are strange. Do we want to do a quick debrief at the beginning?
Do you have a loaded topic that you want to address?
Not really. Not really. What I have is I'm curious actually about something, and that is that you know, we talked a lot last time about how there's just a lot of information. And so the question that I have is actually, you know, are you overwhelmed? Because here's the thing, right? So in our normal, in real life lives right now, there is so much stuff going on. And, you know, gaming for me is a chance to escape. And, you know, being able to prep my games and run my games and read fantasy stuff. And, you know, this is why fantasy is my go-to genre more so than like sci-fi or or post-apocalyptic or anything like that, because in fantasy it's purely like this shit is not real, right? And it's so vastly different from the real life situations I deal with on a daily basis. Uh, so here's why I say this, because everything that is around us right now is the pandemic, the rioting, political issues, leadership issues with our respective countries and countries of origin and states of origin and all of those things. It's a huge mental burden. Even if we are not personally out in the front lines, so to speak, or even if our jobs don't directly touch those things, it's an enormous mental burden and an emotional burden to have all of this sort of existential things coming at us that affect us in different ways and to different extents and all that stuff. And I want to recognize those things, but part of gaming is the escapism for me. And so the question is having so much like mystery, weird, clue-filled stuff, is it a problem? Is it adding to the issues, or does it actually give you enough to think about that it actually alleviates the real life issues? Like, I just want to know what your perspective is on that.
Yeah, I mean, I like it. I mean, for me, my home remodel has slowed down a little bit, so I've actually found myself doing more gaming in the past month or so than I normally do, which I think probably there's a draw for me to want to do that for the escapism, and also probably the companionship that comes along with it. The company, because the isolation is difficult, so that helps a lot. I think that aspect of it, but it's it doesn't give me stress. The gaming, in fact, it is kind of a nice escape. And I look forward to it. I look forward to interacting with all you fine folks, because I enjoy your company. So it's kind of like a twofold, escape from the constant stress of just the environment and what's going on all the time.
I 100% agree with that. For me, it's like two different things, right? Like the fantasy world and the world we live in. So it's hard to pick up like everything that's going on, just all the burdens, everything that's happening. And so you just got to put it down. And looking at all of this information that we have is something that, like, when my mind is racing at night and I can't fall asleep, I'll pick up my D&D notes and I'll look at it and I'll just be like, what's going on? What are we doing? What's happening? And that'll help me fall asleep. It's a good coping strategy for people. And that's why I think there is a lot of value in D&D and video games and like things to be used for this sort of.
I don't know if, wait, hold on. There we go. I have my cat's bumping into my mic. I think it has more value to have more than just the battles, because I DM a lot too, but like the thing I've noticed is that I see myself using D&D sessions and what has happened and what people think about those sessions to do exactly that. Like if I see someone struggling in a moment and I want to change the subject, it's like, so what about that session, right? And and having more than just the, for example, battles happening means you have more things to talk about that will just disconnect your mind for a bit of everything that's happening in the world around you that is stressing you out. That theory crafting, that like, well, what if this, and that link I made last session to the souls and everything, and what if we're reborn souls of this, and all that kind of gives more conversation, even to someone who's not in the game, because like I usually do that with my girlfriend at home, and when we're having dinner, and we'll talk about that after the session. And I think that's a good thing. I think being able to have all those like nuanced like things that you're not quite sure what's going on, and being able to talk about that kind of gives more meat to like that ability to disconnect even out of session. Because or else it's just during the session, right? So you had a great session and you killed a bunch of monsters and you did a lot of dungeon delving, but then after the session, besides repeating again what just happened, That's it. That's all the disconnect you had, those 4 hours of gameplay. Versus here, you've got the 4 hours or 3 hours of gameplay or whatever, plus however long you want to like think over what happened during the session and what that means for the future sessions.
Yeah, like Carl was saying, like, there's like when it's just simple mechanical gameplay, it's like, it really doesn't always go. It just that kind of just only has value like for the time you're doing that session, whether it's 4 hours or 2 hours or whatever. But like some of the games that have stuck with me the most are ones that my husband DMs for me, and we just we have like these incredible role playing moments where he's DMing, I'm playing whatever character I'm playing, and something happens, and like, oh yeah, there was a session about maybe 2 months ago where it's like, yeah, there was just a conflict of things that just literally just broke me emotionally, but it was like in a good way. Like I wasn't like a huddling, curling in the corner, like not able to function. No, that was really good. I would even almost call it therapeutic. For whatever reason, just to like people able to like you get lost in that moment, and then you realize, wow, I did not realize I would have such a strong reaction to something going on in a game. But when you're that deep into role playing, it can happen, and it's very rewarding when it does. I think
absolutely, and I think a big part of Nina's course of study is role playing as a source of therapy, and because this is a very very isolating, and isolation is depressing, and depression is hard. It makes you want to withdraw. So I found the biggest challenge for me is with the weight of all this going on. I have my gaming sessions. It's kind of like knowing there's an impending party you've been invited to, and just the idea of getting out of the house and going to the party is so daunting, and you're like, oh god, do I really want to go? I'm gonna cancel. But then when you get yourself there, you're so glad you went, and everything's alleviated, and you're in a totally different frame of mind. That's what these gaming sessions have been like. So I know there's that curtain I have to push through, because I know on the other side of it I'll be very happy that I did, and it's a positive thing.
Yeah. Well, good. I mean, I'm glad to hear that, because I don't know. You're right. It's very therapeutic. It's therapeutic for me. It gives me not only the joy of the game and all that, but just something to do, right? Like, not that I don't have a ton to do around the house, but there's only so much. There's only so many dishes you can do, right? It's a great feeling to have clean dishes, but it's like it feels like to have something that's sort of set aside and is different from regular life just feels really good. And so I'm glad that it's that way for you as well. So okay, good. Does anybody else have a topic that they want to discuss before we actually start gaming, or anything that's a question that is needed to be answered, or anything like that?
I have a possible. Oh, damn it! Hold on. He keeps rubbing against it. I have a possible topic. I don't know how long it would take, but it's kind of something that's come up recently for me, and it has two sides to it. And this is purely going back to mechanical stuff. But it's the topic of long rests and the adventuring day, and maybe short rests. I think that what sparked it was a conversation about coffee locks and the new variants that I'm not going to mention. But it also came up because in my last game, my group went through a battle that was so grueling that after that one battle, even though they had just woken up from a long rest, they wanted to take another long rest. And by rules, it basically, you can't take a long rest until 24 hours have passed. So they were like, well, we'll just do downtime until we can take the long rest because we are completely exhausted. And how to deal with that in situations where downtime isn't exactly possible or should be possible because you're in a hostile environment. And then the upside of that, or like the flip coin of that, is when you have extended days of travel, for example, where you have maybe one battle every 2 days. So it becomes, how do you balance that with the fact that everyone knows they're going to be able to long rest at some point without anything else happening, so they are much more powerful because they have everything refreshed and know that everything's going to be refreshed, which is kind of something that happens in our game, right? Because our game is that situation where we have a few battles here and there, but it never pushes us to the extremes. So we can fully like unload everything we have that we've been itching to use, because it's going to be the only battle probably in the day, and then we know we're going to get a long rest eventually, and how to deal that with both, like how do you see it as a player, and how do you do that as a DM to balance both sides of that like long rest problem.
So, you know what? This is a problem in every edition. It's called the 5-minute workday.
Yep.
And it's the idea that, rules, the game is written in a way that implies or expects the party to have, 2 to 3 encounters and then a short rest and then 2 to 3 encounters, right? Battle type encounters, or even a social encounter that expended some resources. So I should say 2 to 3 resource draining events,
Right.
and then a short rest, and then 2 to 3 resource draining events, and then a short rest, and then or maybe a long rest. And of course, I get a text when I'm in the middle of game. And so the idea of if you have a battle or an event that drains resources to the extent that the party feels like they would be useless if another event occurs, they want to rest. That is a common thing. It's one of the reasons why. So this is sort of tangential, but one of the other conversations that I have a lot is about how the encounter building rules for the DM in the Dungeon Master's Guide and in Xanathar's Guide, they don't really work, right? Like
They don't.
oftentimes deadly encounters or encounters that are said to be deadly based on those rules are a walk in the park for certain groups, right? And there's three reasons for that. The first one is a revelation that Dan Dillon basically made me have based on a Twitter conversation yesterday, which is that the rules are written so that there is no expectation of any magical items. So when you have a party with magical items, you immediately now have thrown that encounter rating system out. Like it doesn't match exactly. That's one thing. The second thing is rests. That CR being deadly, or that amount of experience of monsters being deadly, is supposed to be it. Well, if that's the second or third encounter, it might be deadly. But if it's only the ever encounter that you have and everybody's got full power, and every time you have an encounter everybody has full power, well, of course that's never going to be deadly, because you never used up resources before you got there. You always had full resources when you got there. And the third thing that changes that is just the party composition, how many and how good people are at using all of their abilities, right? So those three things make it so that those CR tables don't work. But the biggest one is that idea of the 5-minute workday, that if every time you have a fight, everybody is able to expend every single resource that they have, well, what do you do for the rest of the day then? So I just talked a lot, so I'll let other people answer before we come back around and I give my answer.
I've got a situation that I think kind of similar to what Kara is doing in my home game, where I play a party of 4 characters. So that can be fun managing all that. But yeah, it can be a lot of fun, but it can also be a whole lot of juggling. And I'm like, I need more arms. Keeping track of like what 4 completely different characters can do as far as abilities, spells, and the big thing that always is a sticking point for me is resource management. Like, because when my husband, who DMs, if he puts together like a big dungeon crawl, I without fail will fall into the trap of use like everything in the first 1 or 2 encounters. And then like, okay, great. That's great. Okay, you use like half your spells, and now you're 100 feet into the dungeon. There's still 5 miles to go. Now what are you gonna? Oh, and the whole dungeon now. Like this is the situation I'm in now. We are in the city of Brass at 8th level. Yeah,
Ouch.
we are. Yeah. Oh no, I am. The mission on paper was to infiltrate an Afridi palace to rescue another party member who had essentially been kidnapped by a devil. And so it went, and it's one of those things where it went south right off the bat from my perspective, because I'm trying to be sneaky, and I tried to talk my way in, and that didn't go well It didn't go great, but it didn't like immediately push the alarm button. So okay, well I'm just gonna take a stroll and see if I can try to find an open window essentially. Found an open window, but got seen in the middle of sneaking in. Combat breaks out, but there's one survivor, and that one survivor is now running to tell the rest of the dungeon. So this just turns into me running after that survivor to keep them from telling the rest of the dungeon, and in the process having another encounter in which one survivor gets away. So I'm chasing them down, and it's dominoes tipping over. So in the whole process, I mean, I'm using up resources. I'm not getting anywhere actually closer to my actual goal, and I'm like, okay, well, now, like, basically, like, how am I supposed to? The ultimate question is, how, as a player, do you avoid when you're in a situation like when you're in a dungeon and you need to take a long rest or even a short rest and you really can't because it's not feasible to, because there's either nowhere to hide or the dungeon is just on too high of an alert to be able to practically do that. Obviously, the answer is don't get yourself into that situation in the first place and actually have a plan for how you're going to go about that, which I never do. I am infamous for just winging it, essentially. Yeah, that's the dilemma I'm in now. So I'm definitely in fighting myself with that 5-minute workday problem.
Nina, David.
It's funny that this came up because this actually happened yesterday with the campaign that I'm DMing. Like a random encounter while they were traveling, and they all just like destroyed everything. And it's been a little combat has been a little weird because there are also like a really roleplay heavy group, so like we haven't had a whole lot of combat encounters. And we also have a character that's like coming in and out of the session depending on when he can be free. But yeah, they just decimated everything, and I was like, all right, cool. And it didn't really cross my mind that that's like what was happening, is that like they had all their resources, and like throwing one encounter at them in a day is not going to expend their resources, so they can just throw everything at it because they know they're going to be taking a long rest here shortly. Yeah, I feel like that is really difficult to balance. It never really crossed my mind until now, but that heavily depends on who you're playing with, I think, also. Because there are people like Matt that don't really have a plan and will expend everything all at once, and then there are people, a couple of my players, just like reserve everything until the very end, and then it's all hell. But yeah, that's an interesting conundrum.
Well, I've had kind of an interesting revelation with D&D, which kind of ties into this, which is, just to say it bluntly, I think I've kind of fallen out of love with D&D, which is, I think nostalgically, I remember playing in high school, and I was a different gamer back then. To me, I was a power gamer because it was so that was the fun, right? Getting the best magic item with the powers to try out and the coolest spells and the neatest abilities. And now I find at this stage in life that doesn't appeal to me. In fact, it kind of I don't like power gaming. I like being resource taxed. I like the challenge of having to work your way through a scenario with limited resources and thinking it through and being creative and critical thinking. And to me, I mean, this game, I'm not including this game in this, because this game is exceptional based on my experience playing other games with other DMs, which in those circumstances they seem to be more power gaming in the sense that it's just about overwhelming an encounter. And I just found I didn't enjoy that. I didn't like it when my character leveled up, because I didn't like getting handed more and more magical solutions to things. I liked it when I was low level and I had to think through a encounter because there's higher stakes. It was more deadly. There was less I could do. It was more reliant on me to think my way through it. And so I think that's why I find myself gravitate towards games like Call of Cthulhu, which aren't magic-y and you don't have a whole lot of gimmicks. It's more just problem solving. And I say this game an exception in that this game, the story has been exceptional. And to me, that that's the allure. I mean, so it's got everything I desire in that. I just worry that I won't be able to find that or replicate it in other D&D games, and you set me up to be disappointed now.
Well, I'm sorry about that. Um, yeah, no, over the years, I come to realize that there are multiple different styles of play. And I don't mean this in the gamey way where, you often will see things about what kind of role player are you, and they basically split them into, are you the actor, are you the person who loves rolling dice, are you the combat superiority person, like those are whatever, like that's fine. But what I mean is, I think there are people who desire very different things out of the game. And it's not really about how they play their character, which is what those types of surveys and whatnot always make me feel like, oh, it's about how you're playing your character. But what I'm talking about is how you approach the game and what you desire to get out of the gaming experience. And I think there's a wide variety of differences between what people want out of their games. And some people are sort of evenly dispersed, right? I mean, this is why I think D&D tried to have this three pillars idea, right? Where, one of the pillars is combat, and one is social things, and one is exploration, because I think they wanted to gather people to the game that want all of those things in different percentages, and that the D&D actually can fulfill that. And I don't I don't know that it can. That's not a knock on D&D. It's just that it's a particular type of game, and I don't know that. Well, let me put it this way: it's not about the game; it's about the group of people, right? If you're in a party where people really favor social encounters, then you're going to have a lot of social encounters in your game. And that's not about the rules. It's about the fact that the people want that. And if you are in a game with a lot of combat, one or two combats every session, and everybody's enjoying it, that's awesome. I'm not knocking any of these, but that's a different type of game than somebody who wants a lot of exploration or somebody who wants a lot of social. So sometimes you get in a group and it doesn't match what you actually want out of the game, and that's almost independent of game system, although not quite, right? I hesitate to say system doesn't matter, because I don't actually believe that. I think that system matters a lot, and D&D is a particular type of game. Just when you compare D&D and Call of Cthulhu, for example, you get two different mindsets in the game. And you really see that the most when somebody comes to Call of Cthulhu and wants to play Call of Cthulhu like it's D&D, right? And then the game doesn't work unless everybody at the table has agreed they're going to play a pulpy, combat-filled session of Call of Cthulhu, right? But if you're playing a heavy investigation Call of Cthulhu, and three of the players are D&D combat, I'm gonna whoop Cthulhu's ass, right?
No, you're not.
Like you're gonna have a major problem, but it's gonna feel. It doesn't even matter whether they do or don't. It's the feel of that session is gonna be so different that it's gonna be a different experience for people. And
Right.
I don't know. I've played a lot of different games, and I know that D&D is the 800-pound gorilla. There are a lot of things I don't like about D&D, and there's a lot of things that I could say about every single edition, even the ones I favor. There's a lot I don't like about them, but that's because it's a certain type of game. And unfortunately, because it's the 800-pound gorilla, it's really, really easy to find D&D players, and not easy to find players often that want to play something else, especially for the long haul. Like Mouse Guard. Look, you tell people you're playing anthropomorphic mice, and they're like, what do I want to play a little mouse for? Let's play D&D, right?
Yeah.
Or you want to play Call of Cthulhu. Half the people that know Call of Cthulhu even exists say, oh, I don't want to play that. You're depressed and you spiral into going insane and you die every game. And like, that's not true. It's partly true, but it's not true, right?
That's the point.
You know what I'm saying, though? But it's so.
I think you're also fighting against the whole familiarity / time investment. You've already invested so much in D&D. You already know the rule set. It's familiar, so you can just get straight to like planning your session. Yep. Whereas trying something new is like, okay, this seems like this system might work better for what the story I'm trying to take. But now I'm going to have to spend a week reading 300 pages worth of text and then teaching a bunch of players how to play it because they don't know how to play it either.
And you have to play at least 3 sessions, because if they play D&D already and they come to the new game, they're not going to play the new game the right way first. Not their fault. It's just if you've only
Even as
played
a DM, even if you've read it,
right,
you're going to do it wrong.
absolutely.
Yeah,
I mean, the first time I ran Fate, it was a colossal failure
Mm.
because you can't run Fate like D&D, and everybody at the table, and I knew that as the DM, and I tried, but when you're playing with a group of people who don't understand the Fate point economy that is inherent in all Fate games, it doesn't work. It doesn't work the way it's supposed to, and it doesn't feel right, and you can tell the whole session that it doesn't feel right. The same
Interesting.
thing
So,
happened with Mouse Guard, right? Is that it's not that it's a bad game. Mouse Guard is awesome. I love it. But if you have people approaching the game in a way that would match the D&D ethos, you have to kind of break out of that first before you can actually play the game the way that it kind of is supposed to be played, if that makes sense. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut
It
you
kind
off, David.
It kind of happens also with, like, I was thinking of Powered by Apocalypse has that problem too, where
Yeah.
you don't roll dice very often, and the way you roll dice is only if certain moves are triggered. And a lot of people, even from the DM standpoint, are like, oh, you are looking for something, so roll something for perception. And it's like, no, you're not supposed to do that. If they want to look for something in this game, they find it because that's going to push the narrative forward. And that's how the system works.
Mm-hmm.
And even as a DM, even seasoned DMs get that wrong the first time they run a Powered by the Apocalypse game. And that's just the problem. We tried also the Genesis system with Edge of the Empire.
Mm-hmm.
And it was the same problem.
Right.
You're like, okay, but what am I supposed to do with all these like advantages and disadvantages? And I don't understand. Those are narrative tools. Those are meant to be narrative tools. But people coming from a D&D standpoint are like, what do you mean narrative? It's a point. What am I supposed to do with this point I got?
Right. Yeah.
So yeah, that's what came to mind was so the game system itself is a huge consideration for what kind of story you want to tell and experience you want to have, and you kind of have to know that as a player and as a games master, so you pick the appropriate system, because you could make a mistake, right? Because these game systems, they vary from a thin veneer of paper between the players and the story, or a brick house that confines you in a certain way, that forces you into a certain space. So it sounds like some of these systems really are confining, and if you're trying to have a certain type of game or experience, they're going to fight you, whereas others you are much more yielding for being able to kind of mold what you want.
Mm-hmm.
Part of the thing with that is too, you just, whether it's I think it's whether you're DMing or playing, and you're just so used to having played a different, with one system, whether it's D&D whatever edition, or Pathfinder, or Fate, or Dungeon Master, or no, was it Dungeon War, or anything like that, and then you try to switch systems, you're going to have the issue of just your lens is going to need adjusting. You're used to playing an RPG through the lens of whatever your primary experience is. I mean, I was involved in drum and bugle corps for a long time, and it's the same. Partly it's the same issue with that, because there's all sorts of arguments, discussions of people who marched in different decades and different eras, and say, oh, only the time I marched is what I consider as quote unquote real drum corps, because that's the lens that they partook the activity in, and then they're not able to adjust their lenses for the fact that, oh, it's now 40 years later, and the activity has just changed radically in that time.
Right.
And probably none of the things you did 40 years ago when you did it are still being done today, but it's still going on. People are still doing it in a completely different way. So yeah, it's the same thing with role-playing games. You have to be able to adjust that lens and say, okay, I'm not playing D&D anymore. There's been times when I kind of feel like the odd person out a bit, just because my experience with playing D&D is not, I don't consider myself, well, okay, I probably have a bit of power gaming going on in me. I don't consider myself a combat. I wouldn't enjoy a campaign that's nothing but combat. I'm more of the sort of person who is like, I like to make characters and focus on all the cool abilities that the characters get, whether it's magic spells, whether it's character abilities, and then finding ways to use those to solve whatever the problems or challenges we're dealing with. Now, if I was to switch to a campaign where, like, I think like Quest is one I've recently seen, where it's much more narratively driven. It's something, it's a game that came out this year, where I'm like, well, I'm gonna really the only character power I have is my own ability to tell a story. So for me, like that would require a dramatic adjustment to my own gaming style,
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah. And I think also though that
which is something I'm trying to do.
yeah, so that it's interesting you say that. So one of the things that is really great for if you if you're so like what you're describing is to me not a super duper power gamer, right? Like super duper power gamer vies to build the most optimal character every single time so that they can dominate in combat.
Right.
Right. That's my and I'm not saying I'm right or whatever, but that's my how I think of what a power gamer is. That's my definition of a power gamer. And there's nothing
Mhm.
wrong with being a power gamer, right? If that's what you enjoy, hey, great, that's awesome, right? I want people to play the game they want and to have a lot of fun. But what you're describing to me doesn't sound like that. What you're describing is you're trying to make a PC that is competent at something, and you want to be able to solve certain types of problems with those areas of competency, right? And
Mhm.
so what that really, and this is kind of not intuitive in D&D, but what that really, what you're really describing is perfect for a one-on-one game. And the reason I say that is because then the DM can actually look at your character and tailor the challenges and situations to exactly the things that you are good at and not good at, and really really design those sort of high points and low points in the campaign for that specific character. That's what I would love to do for every game I've ever run, right? But it's really hard as soon as you start getting 3, 4, 5 characters. How do you possibly do that
Yeah.
in a way that deals with every single character, right? So there I lean more on story then, and it becomes less about optimization of numbers and more about optimization of getting your part of the story to be told.
And ultimately, I'm sorry to jump in, but the ultimate is like the goal, at least from my point of view, is like, and I don't always succeed with this, but the goal should be, like, if you're playing on a role playing game, is not to make a Swiss Army knife, but to actually make an actual living, breathing person.
Right, right, yeah, yeah. No, I totally agree. Um, I mean, I feel like there's a huge growth of games in the past decade, right? And not that there weren't games before. It's not like D&D only existed by itself for 30 years and then all of a sudden 10 years ago things started happening. But um, there's been a huge a resurgence, I guess I should say, in the past 10 or 15 years of games that try to do things in different ways, right? Like for a long time, there were games that tried to be basically do D&D but better, right? Like we call those fantasy heartbreakers, right? Like they sound so great, it fixes this one problem that somebody had, but then it breaks everything else, right? So it doesn't
Yep.
really work all the way. That's the heartbreaking part. But that's still just really like, well, I want to take basically the feel of D&D and put it on another chassis and see if it works, because that chassis I just put it on fixes the steering, right? Um, but lately there have been these games. Lately, I say lately because I'm, in my 40s, and so 15 years ago is lately. Sorry. Um, lately, there's been these games that actually do things differently, right? And it's really fascinating to me because it does really focus you on different goals or different ways to resolve different conflicts. Um, but ultimately, as I said before, D&D is the 800-pound gorilla. So I don't think it's possible to get away from D&D and still how do I say this, because it's going to come out wrong. I'm not the type of person who has one single gaming group and I've played with the same players for like 30 years, right? Like I don't have that. I because of grad school and various different life events, I moved around a lot. After high school, I've had like 12 different groups of players that played, different games and whatnot. And so I don't have this experience where I have this kind of monolithic game group and I know exactly what they like and I know exactly how I can tailor things to them and whatever. But I don't remember where I was going with this, but my point is, this is crazy. My point is that it's like a golden age of gaming. Like so it sounds like I'm kind of being dismissive, or I'm saying it's a bad thing that D&D is the 800-pound gorilla. But here's the thing: they brought in so many new players with 5th edition that I think now there's a wide open field, and some of those players, even if it's only 5%, are going to also want to play and explore other games, right? And so that's a really good thing. So despite I know I kind of sound dismissive about, this just D&D being the RPG, right? RPG and D&D are synonymous, right? Like Kleenex and tissue, that's basically synonymous.
Yeah.
And that's a problem in some respects, but there's also some good that comes out of that, because it might be possible to find some percentage of that player base that's new might want to look at other things once they sort of grow into 5th edition and then get tired of 5th edition, right? Like David, you mentioned, you kind of fell out of love with D&D, and it's not that D&D is bad. It's just you've
Sure.
realized as you're older and you want different things out of the game, and most D&D games don't give you those things you want anymore. So you have to look elsewhere. Well, I think there's now a huge player base that's going to start doing that more often, right?
Hmm.
So anyway.
Cool. Sam, real quick, you've run like Star Wars RPG groups, right?
Oh yeah, and several different editions of Star Wars. Yes.
Okay. Have you like, to go back to your kind of comment about D&D being the 800-pound gorilla? Have you found, like, when you run that people come to that because they've played D&D or they want to play something else, and then but still take the same D&D approach, or do they come to that because they say, oh yeah, there's a Star Wars RPG, awesome, I love Star Wars, let's play that, and then don't take a D&D approach into it? I'm just wondering, like, the fact that you have a system that's basically tied in with such a major franchise like that is kind of a different way to go to
Yeah, so
approach things.
most people that I've played the latest Star Wars RPG, the Fantasy Flight games, which by the way that
Mhm.
license is about to end, but that system with the funky dice, the narrative system, the Genesis system, right? Um, that is a really fun system, but most of the people that come to that, they're not necessarily D&D players. Some of them obviously have played D&D for years or whatever, but most people they're sort of role players that already gave up on D&D, and this is the new Star Wars and they want to play in the Star Wars universe. So
Okay.
for Star Wars, it's usually, and that, of course, this is a broad brush, but it's not true for everybody, but in my experience, most of the people that want to play that narrative game, it's because they want to play in the Star Wars universe. And Edge of the Empire does that flavor of Star Wars very, very well. Very well. If you have a person that will run it the way that it's kind of meant to be run, like, so if you get a D&D DM who's only ever run D&D and they try to run Fantasy Flight games and they don't really understand how it's supposed to, how the narrative stuff is supposed to work, it's going to be bumpy at first. They might grow into it, right? It's just like anything else. It's hard to GM any game. It's hard to GM a new game. It's hard to, I mean, like, I sound like I'm saying those people must be stupid or something. That's not how I mean it at all. It's just when you come from a system like D&D that has basically a D20 is what you roll to solve everything.
Yeah.
FFG's system is way, way different from that, right? The probabilities are completely different. If you know D&D and you're a math person and you look at a D20 and you say, okay, well, I got to roll a 16. That means, I only have each number on that D20 is 5%, right? So there's 16 numbers on there that I can not roll and succeed, right? But I can roll 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. That's 5 numbers. I've got a 25% chance of success, right? Like, if you're doing that math in your head because you love the D20 and you can understand the probabilities, right? If you know that rolling a 10 means that you have a 55% chance of success, right? And you think of in those probabilities and you're thinking, well, doesn't, the FFG dice are completely different. They do not have those same probabilities. There is a probability table you can look at, but it's not so intuitive in your head because it's not meant to be. It's meant to give you some odd combinations of triumph and despair, right?
Mm.
And you're supposed to apply that to what's happening, not as in necessarily I get a +1 bonus, right? You might get
Yeah.
+1 going forward for something, but like you're supposed to apply it to that scene and situation and either do something really cool or have something really bad happen that now you have to get out of. And the dice are trying to help that along. That's a very different set of things to do than what you do in D&D, which is I have a way that I can solve this problem, and it's either a spell or a skill or attempting something, and I'm going to roll a d20, and I can relatively, within a certain amount of certainty, understand what the probability of me succeeding at that probably is.
Yeah.
FFG is not quite like that. It's
'Cause
very different.
it's a collaborative system, so the player has a hand in describing what occurs when they get a certain result.
So rules is written when somebody rolls particular results. If the players don't want to, the DM can determine what the advantage means and all that stuff. And advantage is one or two of those. And so depending on how your character is and what kind of abilities you have, some things are written like, oh, if I get 4 advantages, that's a critical or whatever. And so then nobody's determining that. It's just numbers. But if there's a triumph or a despair, some of those the major changes, right? Or if there's
Mhm.
an advantage and it's related to something that doesn't have that type, if it's not combat related, so it doesn't have that written in stone, yeah, the DM and the player can negotiate about what actually happens. The DM always gets veto power, but it's meant to be like, let's forge this scene together.
Yeah.
Let's
Like you're bidding.
decide what this triumph means. It might not even mean that I rolled it, but that my character might not actually have that. It might be this other PC over here who was in trouble. Now suddenly something happens that saves them because of
Mm,
what I did somehow, right? Like that's what it's meant to do, is make
okay.
that narrative connection.
And that's not something that's inherent to D&D, because like taking a Critical Role as an example, what Matt Mercer's favorite phrase, when he says, "How do you want to do this?" and he passes control over to the players. That's because all those players are experienced storytellers themselves, but that's not something that's typical the way a D&D game operates.
Yeah, I mean, so fifth edition and fourth and third also have this problem, and Karu mentioned it earlier, and that is the problem of when a player wants to do something, they look at their character sheet and they say, "Oh, I'm really good at the survival skill. I'm going to use my survival skill. I'm really good at acrobatics. I'm going to use acrobatics." They don't often the often the game isn't run as what do you
Yeah,
want to do? How do you want to like the way I don't watch Critical Role, but I know what you're talking about, right?
yeah,
Like he'll say, "Oh, that's what you want to do. How are you
yeah,
attempting that?"
yeah.
Right?
Describe
It's
it.
not
Here,
about the role
yeah,
first. It's about the
uh,
description first, then the
yeah.
role adjusts, right? Or
Mhm.
whatever. So that's how D&D used to be a long time ago, right? Because there was no skill system. So when you wanted to do something, you had to describe what you were doing, and then the DM would decide, you know, well, okay, so roll an attribute check, or I'll just tell you, yes, you succeeded at that thing. What you're talking about sounds reasonable. You have a 17 dexterity. You're like, an acrobat, so you did it. I'm not even gonna make you roll, right? Or if it's really really difficult, I'm gonna make you roll. You roll under your attribute, and you're done, right? Um, and there wasn't really a skill associated with it. It was just, well, what are you attempting to do? Let me try to decide. But the problem with that is that had a lot of DM fiat. In other words, the DM is the one who decided every time. It wasn't really collaborative. It was the players saying what they're doing. The DM says what to roll, or if you auto succeed, or if the task is impossible. And the
Yeah.
problem with that is when you have a really popular game, there's a lot of bad DMs. I mean, right? Nobody
Mm,
ever likes to say it, but look, a lot of DMs are shit. Okay, I'm
mm,
sorry. Just like in anything, right? A lot of players are shit too, right? But I mean, I'm not trying to dog on anybody, but it's just
yeah,
that's human nature, right? In any endeavor that you have, some people just suck at it, some people
sure.
are really great, right? And most people are in the middle, and that's fine. And it's
Well, especially
okay.
because this is such a subjective
Right, right. And it
skill set.
also right, and it also depends on the makeup of the party and the different personalities and all that. So I'm not dogging on anybody. It's okay to actually enjoy something you suck at, okay? So I'm not even saying like you suck, get out of the game. I'm just saying sometimes people aren't very good, right? And if you have a DM who's been DMing a long time, but they don't have the style that you enjoy, you're going to say, "Man, that DM sucks," right? But if that's the only group you can find and you're stuck with that DM, and that DM is a really punitive person, right? Really punitive DM, and they are vindictive, right? They're going to make that game unfun for you. And that
Mhm.
happened more than anybody wants to admit in first edition and coming into second edition. And that's why third edition is the way it is. Third edition D&D is all about system mastery. It's the first edition that puts all the rules right in the hands of the players. There's a rule for frickin' everything because lots of DMs were crap DMs and were punitive and did things inconsistently. Not even because they meant to, but just because they couldn't remember what ruling they made last time. So they're doing a ruling this way now. And you know what? If it screws you this time, oh well. Like that's just whatever. That was the ruling, right? Or
Yeah.
maybe they're mad at you right now. Maybe you made them mad in personally outside of the game, and now they're going to punish you, right? Like, I mean, that happens, right? People are people. People have behaviors that are unexplainable, or whatever. And so they made a rule set that was trying to guard against that, right? So third edition created a game that it really paid off if you knew the rules really well, and it really it was possible to know the rules really well because you no longer had the case where the first paragraph of the Dungeon Master's Guide says, "Hey, if you're a player, close this book right now. You're not allowed to read it." Right?
Yeah.
Or hey, if you're, because in the first edition there weren't even combat tables in the player's handbook. They were in the DMG. So if you rolled a die, the DM was the one who looked up whether you hit or not. You had no clue because it also was, descending armor class. So the lower the armor class number, the better you were, the better AC you had. But that means that if you roll a high number, you hit a lower number AC. That's not that easy to flip it over in your head necessarily. And you don't know what the AC of the creature is. So they're looking it up on a table and you just don't get to know. Second edition kind of changed that because they let the players have their Thaco table right on the sheet, but it still really was meant to be the DMs have this knowledge, players have this other knowledge. The DM knows all, adjudicates all, does everything, and runs the world, and you just play in it. And if your DM is a jerk, that means you might not have fun or they might do something mean, but hey, that's within the rules, and you're not even allowed to read the rules as a player. But third edition changed that. So, not to go off on a huge tangent, but that's exactly why third edition was the way it was. And third edition, fourth edition, fifth edition are all like that, where, well, third and fourth, there's a rule for everything. Whatever you need to do, it's in a book somewhere that is published for the game. They're all core rule books, and they're all meant to be used, and they all have all the rules that you need and want, and everybody can learn them and know them, and you use them at the table, and therefore it forces the DM to be fair, because since there's a rule for that, you adjudicate it the same way every time. Fifth edition has moved away from that particular part of it. Fifth edition stayed with the players knowing all the rules. That's a good thing. I'm not denigrating that part, but then they moved back to, well, the rules are guidelines, and the DM has a lot of leeway, and we don't release a book every month, so there's not 1,200 books worth of rules with a rule for everything. There are rules for most things, and otherwise the DM, it's their job to try and do the best they can. And that's really good for some people and really cruddy for others. And that's also why there's a crap ton of blogs that give lots of DM advice, because it's not so easy to really know all that stuff, right? So that's my diatribe about how it used to be and how it is. So in other words, we lost something, right? So while all of those things are progress and they're actually good things, because I would rather have a game with a rule for everything if it means that a lot of people have fun, because a DM doesn't get to just screw you over because they want to. Like, I like that change, right? But what we lost was we had to implement a skill system that forces a role for everything. Because that's how you fairly adjudicate everything, is if you force a role, and you have a rule about how to determine the difficulty of that task. Now everybody is doing it the same exact way. It's completely 100% fair, and that's what you have. You have a fair game. You have a relatively balanced game, and there it is, third and fourth edition. Fifth edition kind of rolled that back, but you still have a skill system. You still have play in it, and you still have the case where if you want to do something, you're rolling a d20. It didn't used to be that way. It used to be that, in fact, one of my favorite games, Castles and Crusades, right here. It's basically like first edition, but it's with modern rules. So you're still doing everything with a d20, but not everything requires a roll. And not everything is all infused with magic either. So those are the two reasons why I love the game. Okay? Because if you say to me as a player, oh, I want to look here, I want to do that, my first instinct is, okay, I'll tell you what you find in Castles and Crusades. right? In D&D, my first instinct is, okay, roll an investigate check, because that's what the rules say you're supposed to do,
Mhm.
right? So that's the thing there, is that everybody rolls for everything. That's what D&D is about. And that's fun, right? I love rolling dice, right? It's my one problem with Numenera, honest, is the DM doesn't roll any dice in Numenera. There are no dice rolls by the DM whatsoever. On one hand, that's very freeing, and it lets you run the game in a very different way. On the other hand, I like to roll dice, right? I like to roll dice. So,
Yeah, I
uh,
bought hundreds of dollars worth of dice to use them, not just let them sit around.
right,
Yeah.
got 3 containers of dice.
See, like, I got 2 shoeboxes full. Yeah, like no, to go back to
Yeah.
your comment like about like core changes between earlier editions and modern stuff. One of the other things, it wasn't just the rules that were unfair; the stories themselves in these earlier first and second edition were written to be unfair. I mean, Gary Gygax explicitly stated when he wrote Tomb of Horrors, "I wrote this to kill my players,
Right.
or at least to challenge them in ways that they have not been challenged." Because, as he put it, they're getting uppity. They've gotten to a point in the game where
Right.
they're at such a high level, they think they can do anything. They think that nothing's a challenge for them.
Mhm.
Okay, I'm gonna show them. And I'm
Yeah.
going to show them in ways that are utterly like he literally says
Right.
this module was written to be unfair.
hmm And combat prowess makes no difference in Tomb of Horrors until the very end, if you
Pretty
live,
much, yeah.
right?
Pretty
And
much.
he did that for a tournament. But here's the other thing: it's also in more subtle ways, right? Like he
Mm.
also there's very punitive things in the DMG. There's a lot of punitive advice in the DMG. Basically, your characters do something you don't want, don't give them experience for that thing, right? Take their experience away. Don't give them experience, or take their magic item. Don't
Mhm.
reward them. Or, hey, yeah, they just got to level up, but now they have to go find somebody to train them, and they have to spend 18,000 gold pieces per week of training. Good luck.
Yeah, to actually acquire the
Right.
skills they would get
That's
from leveling
right.
up. Yeah,
But that's the way to suck their gold off, right? Like they spent all this time earning this treasure and gold and magic items on. Well, let's take that away,
yeah.
right?
So
Like it's,
thankfully we have
you know,
so sorry. So thankfully we've at least moved away from at least what's encouraged as a way of play, as DM versus
mhm,
players. Thankfully we
right.
more or less have moved away from that, at least within the written rules of the newer systems.
Right, right. And that's why I say it's right. Like I'm not saying third edition is a bad game because as a rule for everything. That was a needed evolution of the game, right? It needed to do that because it needed to have an answer to, some DMs who either just don't know how to run the game and don't if there's not a rule for everything, they can't think on their feet or whatever. Like, okay, they needed a solution for that, and they also needed a solution for punitive rules, right? Um, and the thing is, like Gary Gygax, he didn't write those rules really because he was trying to be an a-hole, right? He wrote them as a response to the behavior of his players and how he thought he could challenge them, right? Like he wasn't saying I'm going to be a total jackwad and I'm going to like do this. But what he said was, well, my players are doing these 5 things I really don't like. I don't want to run a game with the players behaving this way. I need to teach them a lesson and how to, I'm not saying that's the right thing. I'm just saying he had a reason for doing those things. And sometimes if it's sort of like escalating something instead of de-escalating it, right? Like when you respond to bad behavior by behaving badly yourself, you're just making it worse, right? You're not making it better. But here's the thing: he wrote like a jillion words about that because he had an article, in every Dragon magazine, and he wrote all these tournament modules, and like everything he wrote, and as the father of D&D, like everybody, wants to hear what he has to say because he has the seminal, the original giant idea of what the game is. I'm not ignoring Dave Arneson, but since we're talking about Gygax, right? Like,
Yeah.
and so, he's like, who do you go to if you want to get to the source of what a game is supposed to be? Well, you go to the creator. Well, guess what? It's been 40 years. I mean, he's passed away now in 2008, but even in 2005, people would go to him and want to get answers about, what the game would be like if he had kept TSR and all this kind of stuff. And it's like, yeah, it's been 30 years though, man. It's been 30 years since that. So, so I don't know. I'm way off on a tangent now, but yeah, I don't know. It's a different game. But in part, like the rise of games where you don't roll as much is because of the way D&D does everything now, where you roll for everything, right? You roll for everything. And that's why, like, so let's go to Call of Cthulhu. What can make a Call of Cthulhu game really bad is if you have to roll for everything. You know why?
Mhm.
Because you suck when you make a new player.
Yeah.
You might have a
Yes.
7% chance of doing something on your skill list, right? 7%. How the heck are you going to roll a D100 and get under 7 the majority of the time? You're
Yeah.
not. 93% of the time, you're going to fail, right?
Mhm.
Yep.
So how do you do that thing? Well, you don't do it well. So instead, you play a game where how you narrate what your actions are counts more than the dice. If you get to a point where you can't narrate what you're doing anymore and the DM has to say, roll your dice, you've lost. You've already lost. You did something wrong. In fact, that's
Yeah.
actually a saying we used to say in old basic D&D. If you get to the point where the DM says roll for that, you screwed up
You screwed
because
up.
you're
Yep.
about to die. Because if you
Yeah.
have to roll a save versus death, you literally, if you don't make that roll, you die. So you did something wrong, right? So
I've never played Cthulhu. I've only seen like a few seen or listened to like a few online games, but yeah, like my experience with that is like if you're having to roll for something, yeah, that means you screwed up, or
Yeah.
or you may not necessarily screwed up, but you tried something that you maybe weren't supposed to try, and now something's about to happen to you as a result. And let's see if you live or die or go insane.
right. Yeah. All
I'd
right.
still want to play that game either way, but
Oh yeah, it's fun. I mean,
at some point,
yeah, it's a different way to think about how your character is supposed to be responding to the world and how the DM is going to respond to you, right? Like, I'm exaggerating a little bit. If you make a CNC character or COC character, right, a Call of Cthulhu character, the things you're good at, you're probably going to have like a 40 or 50% chance of succeeding at those. So it's not down at 7 for everything, right? There will be some things you only have a 7 or 10% chance on, but the majority of things you have, a pretty decent, half and half. So if you're rolling for that, there might be a chance you'll succeed. But you're not like 90% capable. But think about in D&D, if you're playing a character who has dexterity as their main attribute, you've got an 18 dex, right? And you're proficient in whatever thing you're attempting, and you've got some skill that gives you double proficiency. So if you're, let's say, level 8, you've got +4 proficiency. If you get double proficiency, that's +8. Plus you get a +4 or 5 from your attribute bonus. Plus if you have a magic something that helps that, you might be adding 13 to your roll or something, right? Like you can make a really, really high roll.
Yeah.
That's pretty consistently guaranteed. You're probably going to succeed at whatever you're attempting, right?
Most
Right?
of the time, yeah.
Most of the time you are.
That just reminds me of the rogue that is no longer an active character in the game, but I have a rogue in the Dungeons of the
Mad Mage.
Mad Mage with a passive perception of 32.
Jesus
Oh my
Christ.
God.
Yeah.
That's possible.
5th edition.
Yeah.
It's like we were talking the other day. Like I came up with a way to essentially make a character that's like something like a +25 on initiative.
Right.
It's absolutely insane.
First. Yeah.
Yeah, it's I'm only it's like I said like this is the only thing this character is ever going to do. If they get in combat, they're going to go first. But that's probably the only thing they're going to be able to do because that's literally where the entire focus of that character
But
is.
as long
this
as
character.
as long
They're
as they
a
get some
rogue
kind
too,
of
so they
special
have
bonus,
that problem.
Right? Yeah. But if they get some kind of special bonus for that first attack, it's great to go first every time, right?
Sure.
I mean, you take out the big bad in one hit.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, it's compounded in this case because it's a rogue, so they've got reliable talent. So all of their like wisdom-based things, the minimum they can roll is a 17. So without rolling, they already got a 17.
Right.
Because if they roll under a 10, they just take the 10 and they have a +7 minimum to their bonuses. So it's like, specialize. Don't lie to this person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like a living lie detector, basically.
But see, that's why that's where a one-on-one play can actually shine, right? Because if the person makes that character that way, they're really good at one or two things and they kind of suck at everything else. And that's
she built her as a spy, and that's the thing, right?
Right.
If it's a spy related mission or whatever, she shines. Anything else,
but think about that, right? You take that character through a one-on-one spy-based mission, 90% of the things that they encounter, they're going to have no problem with. And you know that, so it's okay, right? It's the other 5 or 10% where the real challenge comes in. And that's where the game will shine because you know that, right? But it's harder to do that when you've got like 7 people. But if there's a one-on-one, right, then you can do that. And so that makes that kind of optimization really interesting, right? That kind of
Yeah.
optimization is not as interesting to me when it's in a party, but when it's a one-on-one game, that is phenomenal because you can let them succeed most of the time and let that work. Let their whatever their effort was they put into making that character with a 32 freaking passive perception. I mean, it's amazing, right? Like
Yep.
let them, so that means they're really good at it. That's perfect. But you know what? If you
Yep.
look at the world, right? What happens is if somebody's really, really good at one thing, guess what? They're not often very good at a lot of other things. Like they
Oh
might be
yes.
mediocre at other things,
Uh-huh.
but not everything,
Yeah.
right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. She's kind of ended up being a bit of a background NPC and is running their business basically. So it works. It works
Yeah.
for them. And like I actually have been thinking of like making some one-on-one stuff or two on like
Mhm.
with two of the
1-on-2.
people because we
Yeah.
have more than one person in the group has ended up with like secondary characters that are not in the main group at the time because they got tired of the character or whatever.
Yeah.
And just taking those characters on like a side quest using those. And like you said,
Right.
tailoring it to what they're good at. In this case, like, yeah, spying and figuring out things.
Yeah.
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 I imagine if I'm DMing that, I'm pulling in every James Bond and Tom Clancy trope I can get my hands on,
Right.
because that's
Yeah.
because that's
Yeah.
what that style, because
Yeah.
that's what's going to
Yep.
fit that character. It's like, okay, yeah, you're
Yeah.
going to want like
Right.
gadgets and infiltration and espionage and all that stuff.
Yeah. And here's the thing
Awesome.
about that. So to get us back to the topic, which is about other games, right? What's funny about that is D&D can shine in that case if you only really have 1 or 2 characters. But if you
Yeah.
don't, it doesn't shine. And other systems would be better for that type of game, right? But like Leverage is great for a group where each of them have a specialty and they're pulling a heist. Leverage is a
Mm.
fantastic game for that. Band of Blades is good if you're want to play a real urban sort of, still fantasy style, but a different kind of everybody's a thief, but they have different slight
Yeah.
specialties and you can make that whole party work together like a thieves guild almost. Like
Mhm.
that's really fantastic for that. I wouldn't necessarily do that in D&D. It'd have to be a very specific type of campaign. Whereas Band of Blades is built for that, right? So like it's just yeah, I mean, I don't know. Anyway, we should
I
probably
have a
yeah,
I have a
go ahead.
question. One last question to wrap
Yeah.
this whole thing up.
Yes.
If you had to, knowing what we're doing now in terms of the story for DnDeBrief,
Mhm.
what system would you have picked for the style of game we ended up with?
That's a great question.
Or does it matter? I mean, the way we play, is this a circumstance where the system just doesn't matter as much?
I don't ever like to say system doesn't matter because I don't believe it, right? But I could see where you could get me 90% there, right? That system doesn't matter because it really does. The GM matters more than system matters no matter what, the GM always
Yes.
matters more. And then the players matter the second amount more, right? And then system matter, and then system. What would I use? Oh, I, here's the thing. We're playing a game that's very deadly, right? So the challenges that you face are set up for D&D, right? Like I think
Mhm.
this game is in the right system, actually, despite everything I've already said. This game is in the right system because you have a lot of magic and because the challenges are deadly because of the way that I've run it based on your characters.
So you've basically taken into account the system when doing things like programming the fact that we only have one battle every like week.
Right.
Going back to our first like what opened the discussion in terms of like, yeah, this game is okay because you've taken into account the fact that we have a 5-minute work.
Right. Yeah, and that
day.
it doesn't bother me to say that we have a 5-minute workday. Like that's not I'm not seeing it as a problem I have to work around, which it could be in certain groups, right? I'm
Yeah.
seeing it as this is just how this game fell out and how these players interact. Now that's not to say it's not without problems. I mean, we've already talked about how Khonnos, because we don't have as many combats and because we don't take short rests, he lost some of the essence of what the good things about his character class are, right?
Yeah.
And so he feels a little bit less powerful in certain ways, because not that he can't play well or whatever, but just that specific character has a flaw in it that's because of the system, not because of anything else. But because of the way that this game gets played, the system doesn't work for that character as well. But because everybody's into the story and we're all having fun, it hasn't really impacted things as much as maybe it would if we weren't doing, you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like everybody, because we're all on the same page and you're trying to like tell this story and solve these issues, I think it still works a little bit, but it's not without its own problems for sure.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying that's a 100% perfect match, but
it's probably hard to do a perfect match for a
Yeah,
game,
sure.
especially since you have different aspects to it.
Mhm.
Like, it's not all going to be adventure, it's not all going to be
Yeah.
intrigue, it's not all going to be
Right.
battle.
Yeah. I feel like so the one problem I have with FFG, the Star Wars system, but the Genesis system, is it still requires a lot of dice rolling. And
Mhm.
I feel like if I had a game that had that same type of mechanic that allowed for a lot of relatively easy narrative change where the dice does, right? So not like Fate, where in Fate you have these fate points, and you can compel certain aspects and determine certain aspects of the scene based on paying a fate point or getting a fate point. So let's say you're in a combat in an alley, um, and you're fighting somebody, right? Let's say it's a modern game and you're fist fighting somebody, like some, a couple people you're fist fighting, and you end up pushing one of them away, and you want them to be knocked out. You might say, well, I want to determine that over there was a dumpster, right, which wasn't described in the scene to begin with. There's a dumpster that they hit their head on when I pushed them back that way, and I'll pay this fate point to tag the fact that there's a dumpster in this scene, right? Now, I'm not presenting this exactly within the rules, but that's basically how it works, right? Where the player has fate points they can pay to determine something, or they've got aspects and tags, and they could do these different. It's a give and take, and the DM or the GM in that case can just say, okay, I'll take that fate point from you. Yes, there is now a dumpster there, and yeah, they might hit their head and it might knock them out. So now you only have one combatant to fight, right? Or you might be doing something and you're going to succeed no problem, right? And Fate uses fudge dice, which are six-sided dice. There's two negatives and two positive and two blank sides, right? So you have a range of -4 to +4 because you roll 4 dice every time. So you might really supremely fail if you roll 4 negatives, or you might really supremely succeed if you roll 4 positives. But I might say, okay, well, you rolled really, really well, but I'm going to say that there's this complication I want to enter into the scene. In order for you to accept that complication, I'm going to give you this fate point, right? And then you would, so it's a give and take. It's an economy, right? It's not something you hoard and then only use like an inspiration point. You use it absolutely when you need it, right? Like, you can use a fate point absolutely when you need it, but the idea of the game is it's a give and take. You don't just have one at a time necessarily, but it's a give and take between the DM and the characters, giving and receiving these fate points to be able to allow to narrate your own aspects of the game and what's happening in any given scene, and what the responses are of NPCs and that kind of thing. Very, very different from something like D&D, where there's really no give and take. Even in inspiration, there's no give and take. You just say, I'm going to use that inspiration, and you use it, right? And the give and take there is supposed to be when the DM awards you the inspiration or doesn't, right? But almost every game that I've seen and been involved in, either the DM doesn't award inspiration because they just forget, or they just say, okay, at the beginning of every session you have inspiration, right? I'm bad at it too, because inspiration is just not something I think about as part of the game. So even in my face-to-face game, I have these nice poker chips that I take with me to remind me to give inspiration when they do something really cool, and I still forget with the frickin' thing sitting in front of me, right?
Same thing. Same
It's just
here, yeah.
not part of my milieu with D&D. It
But at the
feels
same time, as players,
tacked
we're not
on.
asking for it. We're not demanding it either.
Right,
So
right.
across the
Yeah,
board,
yeah.
it's not a
Well, And in this game, it doesn't matter as much because because we don't do combat as much, there's not a lot of opportunity for you to be like, oh crap, if I had an inspiration point, we wouldn't have had that really bad thing happen in that scene, right? Like we don't play that way necessarily. We have a very different game. But even in other games that I've played in and run, it's hard to get the DM to use it. And I'm of course once again broad brush, right? But part of it's because I've been playing for a very long time, and even though like I'll say things like, I learn something new every single game that I play in or run. I learn something. Like I either have a realization, oh yeah, I remember that's the thing I should think about from now on, or whatever. And because I always strive to learn, but I still freaking forget inspiration every time. Like it's just not something, because to me it feels tacked on. It's just not part of D&D for me.
Yeah.
And I haven't really worked to make it part of D&D. Ideals, bonds, flaws, those things for me are things for you to work with, right? For you to say, hey, my character is supposed to be this way. That's going to help guide my behavior in the game. I'm not going to sit there and go, oh, well, this says you're really a jealous person or what. Like, that's not, I don't play that way. So it's not something intuitive to me within the confines of the game. And so that's why inspiration isn't something that I use in D&D 5th edition a lot, just because it doesn't match the way I run the game, right? Because I don't want to be the police person, the policeman who says, hey, your bond says this, or hey, your flaw says this, and you just acted against that. I'm not going to give you an inspiration this session. Like, that's just not, or hey, I'm memorizing all of your bonds, flaws, and ideals, and you just did a great job. Here you go. Like, I've got so many other things going on. I don't want to have to memorize that. Like, that's for you to help guide your own behavior, not for me to say. Because also, here's the thing, right? And we've talked about this before, specifically with this game. The characters that you are now is not necessarily who you thought you were going to be the first session.
Mm-hmm.
So are the ideals, bonds, and flaws that you rolled up or that you determined for that character, do those even apply? Maybe they do. Maybe they don't. I don't feel like as the DM I should say, hey, those don't apply anymore. You've gone 10 levels and you're not playing that character the way you're supposed to. Like, just...
Yeah. Well, it's funny, Sam. You bring up inspiration. As a bard, I have my own inspiration economy, right?
Right.
And I even have a hard time with it because it feels too mechanical. I don't like, here, you get a die. I picture Axley like reaching and handing him a die. Here's a bonus die. Here's a bonus die.
You get a die.
I don't like that. It feels so unnatural. Like, it needs to be role played, but there's not an opportunity to role play it all the time. So I don't do it. So that's the problem with that mechanism. To me, it just feels very artificial and tacked on.
And I feel like that's part of the reason why, if you notice, some of the bardic things that you can do, some of the abilities now basically say you can expend one of your inspirations to do this, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But it's something for your own self.
Yes.
Because that way you don't have to think of like, oh, well, I have to have this role-playing reason why I'm giving Imran this D8 or whatever. Like, and oftentimes when you want to use that inspiration, it's either at a point when you're not sure, like, oh, should I do this and then give everybody this inspiration and then maybe we won't need it, or if you're in the middle of battle, you can't really say, I'm going to step back here and play a song for 12 minutes and then we're like, it's not, it's a weird, it's an interesting weird mechanic. Because I play a bard actually in Karu's game, and I always forget to use my inspiration for people. So what I did was I started looking and I started saying, okay, well, I need to be able to utilize that inspiration kind of pool that I have doing different things, because I'm going to forget to do the song or to do whatever. Like I'm going to forget.
And then
I noticed the bard that we have for Dungeon of the Mad Mage, what he does is basically looks around and he's like, all right, who's the one that's most in trouble and might need an extra die for this? All right, you get inspiration, and his inspiration is just like, a couple of words that, hey, don't suck at your next shot. That's his inspiration.
That feels too mechanical. It doesn't feel right. Yeah.
And then you also run into the issue.
That depends on the character too.
You also run into the issue, even when you're in that situation, you actually remember to use that. Then you're like, okay, then the player then forgets they get it too. It's like, oh, well, I just gave you this thing and you forgot you get it. So what's the point of me in giving it to you?
Yeah.
And I'd like to say tokens help, but like we have our tokens and they have a little thing, and then 10 minutes later, someone's like, "Why do I have this thing on?" And it's like the bard's just like, "Because I gave you inspiration 10 minutes ago and you haven't used it yet."
And now it's gone. Bye. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right. Well, perhaps we should end it up there unless anybody else has anything brilliant to say. Do we want to take a 5-minute break before we start the game? Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to refill my glass.
Yeah, let's take a 5-minute break. I'm going to get some more tea, so I will switch us over to the break screen. We'll be back in 5 or 6 minutes. how's the tower?
Well, after the first night where he absolutely abandoned my bed for the tower, he has gone back to sleeping with me, but does spend quite a lot of the day sleeping. Actually, yesterday it was there was a lot of wind coming into my room, so he ended up sleeping in the middle, like in the little square second tower bit instead of the top one. And he barely fits in that because it's really small, but he just curls up into like a ball inside, and he loves it.
Nice.
I'll be up in my Fortress of Solitude when you've got that food ready. Just let me know.
That's exactly right. Yeah.
Yep.
Treats. When the treats come out, let me know. I'll be there. So that was a very long debrief, and I'm okay with that because we had several episodes without a debrief. And so probably what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this one and release it as its own 1 hour debrief because that was about an hour that we talked a little bit more, but there was time in the beginning that we weren't actually recording. So I'm going to do that. So that's good. It's been a while since we did a really good, deep, in-depth debrief like that, so that's a good thing. But let's start the game now. So who wants to do a recap?
As much as I would love to, between our last game and this one, my laptop crashed and I had to get it reformatted, and I literally lost all of my notes for this campaign.
Oh no!
I've got like 1 or 2 scrap pages of notes back from other stuff I've saved, but like I try to upload as much stuff to OneDrive as I could, and unfortunately I thought the stuff had made it over, but it didn't. So
that sucks.
the one thing I remember is basically we are actually are sailing to Kalport, and we were getting there, and just as we were getting there, we learned there was basically like a plague in the city, and we have to go basically check in through customs, and anyone who's ill, which is going to include a lot of Captain Sharkface's surviving crew, essentially going to wind up being quarantined.
Right, and we're gonna go see the queens.
Right.
Thanks to that stupid captain.
That's right. They want Marcel. Marcel got invited to visit royalty.
Yeah.
Sharkface when they dot. So when you rolled up in your 5.0 at Kalport, a ship came out to greet you, a small ship, and they basically said, "Here are the rules of the town. Here are the rules of the city, and if do you agree to these or not?" And those rules, I can show them to our audience. Uh-oh. What happened to them? Maybe I can't show them to the audience. Oh, I bet I moved them. I did move them. Let me go back here. Those rules are... Let's have the Jeopardy theme here while I find them.
Oh, I might get us copy struck.
That's true. Where did they go? Oh, here they are. Okay, yes, I did move them. The rules are, within Kalport city walls, there is to be no teleportation, no casting in public, no concealed weaponry, no open deity worship, no fighting, with 2 exceptions. Exception 1 is accepting designated areas. Number 2 is accepting sanctioned duels. So no teleportation, no casting in public, no concealed weaponry. So if you have weapons, you have to have them out, visible. No open deity worship, so you're not allowed to have a holy symbol. No fighting. And the bottom of the notation, the bottom of the posting says, by order of Captain Lord Tobic, Baron of Jinnock, Steward of Weltusk, enforced by the Queen's decree. And so everybody was like kind of shrugged, yeah, okay, we'll do that. And then you found out that they required Sharkface's ship, which was manned by a bunch of Haka, to go to a port, a dock over on the right of the city, because of illness present on board. And because you all didn't have any illness present, they did not require that of you. However, when Sharkface's ship pulled into the dock, he basically said, "Don't you know who we are? You know, we're royalty here, and I can't believe you're, quarantining us, et cetera, et cetera." And they said, "What, royalty?" So by the time you pulled up to your dock, there was the Queen's Guard waiting for you, and basically saying, "We're here to escort the royal guests to see the queens. We would like to provide you with a royal welcome, as is, proper for your station." And as you made your way, you were being led through the town, through the city. You discovered that the queens' names are
Mavis?
Rimethus, and Delencia. And then we stopped. And what I said to everyone was, well, so actually, before we do that, let's go back to the beginning of that session. Was there anything that happened before that? Because that was the very end of the session. So what happened before that in the session, just as a quick recap? Anybody remember?
I think the most important thing that happened was we finally got a bit of a headway in helping those that had the curse on them and reversing the curse using Emran's magic. But when the ones we managed to remove the curse from, instead of remaining as blue goblins, they turned into like people with memories of past lives that were like centuries, in some cases, old, and no memories of anything that had happened in this life. And we had started wondering about how all this ramification, the implications of this like soul transfer reborn thing, and how the spell had somehow triggered those memories and reverted them back to what they used to be in their past lives instead of just blue goblins.
Yeah, and you also found out more information about the Soul Spire and the Threefold Lake, right?
Yeah. Well,
Um,
it brings about the question, like, we assumed the lake draining into the other realms was, a representation of a liquid, a volume of liquid because of the sinking. But now we're talking about these souls from past generations seem to have been kind of sucked out as well. So,
we also discovered the who Chilling Quest was.
Oh, or at least who he works for, who he's associated with, right?
Who he works for,
the
and
Raven,
his
the Raven
original
Queen,
name.
yeah.
mhm.
Yeah.
And you had him write in the book.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
He wrote a statement that was deemed false.
Mhm.
What was it? What did we ask?
That wasn't really important. I just wanted to
was-
get his name, and we got his name was
Yeah.
Cornelius Adrian.
Yep.
Yeah. So you learned that the Soul Spire empties into the Threefold Lake, and there's something about the Palace of the Fated, the Well of Capitalis, and yeah. So you learned those things, and yeah. One other major thing you learned. So yes, the blue goblins that were quote unquote cured. Two of them were halflings and two of them were humans. The two halflings are from 86 AB and 81 AB respectively, and the humans are from 29 AE and 3 AE. So AB was after Bane, after one of the Bane Wars, and AE was after the Evisceration, which was the most recent last Bane War. So they're from vastly different centuries.
Yeah, I think we said like both of those events were at least 1,000 years ago, or at least one of them was.
Yeah. And then there was one last thing that was discovered, and that was that Bolum is the son of Delencia.
Right.
Oh, I don't remember that.
Yeah, so he
Right.
sort of came back in a way that he was able to converse with Khonnos a lot, and he said something about his brothers and sisters, and that led you all to question, well, what do you mean brothers and sisters? Like, what are the brothers and sisters? Where are they, and what are their names, and all those sorts of things? And he didn't really have a good answer for most of that, but when he was answering and talking to you, he basically said that Delencia was his mother.
And I know we established earlier that Bolum is like, at least the essence that is Bolum is kind of this sort of out of time entity, like it literally says it doesn't know when, or time just isn't like as isn't the same concept to it as it is like to us. Like, it doesn't measure days and minutes and anything like that.
Right.
He doesn't really see it as a linear thing.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Right. Yeah. He can move through time in a way, or he conceives of time in a way that's different from how you conceive of time. So part of the problem with when you went to Darkport, part of the reason he disappeared was he couldn't go to that place somehow because he had misunderstood. Or remember when you talked about the dog and how he wanted to kill the dog, but then you absorbed the dog, and then he was like, well, I made a mistake. I wasn't. I thought it was a different time. Like he wasn't even sure. Like his conception of time is so different from yours that for him he's sort of on a different time plane in a way, because the time doesn't matter to him so much that he can even track it, but he misunderstood still what time period he's in right now. So it kind of matters and kind of doesn't to him. It's not that it doesn't matter really necessarily. It's more that he doesn't know how to track time the same way that you do, right? So it's almost like if you could think of, if somebody went to sleep for 1,000 years, right, and then they woke up, and you told them 1,000 years passed, and now look at all of the differences in the world, they might not be able to conceive of like what happened in between those 1,000 years, but they would understand the concept of 1,000 years passing and progress having been made and things being different because that much time passed, right? Or even if somebody went to sleep for 100 years and you said 100 years passed, it's been a century, they would understand. Like, and just like the way that we could say, well, right now it's 2020, think about what 1920 was. You might not really be able to conceive of what 1920 was, depending on how much you know about 1920, but you can understand that it's 100 years ago. And you can understand that somebody that's 103 right now was 3 years old when 1920 was happening, right?
Mhm.
But Bolum doesn't really conceive of time that way. His conceptions really are about place and location, not time. Because
It reminds me of.
Go ahead.
Sorry, it reminds me of like the prophets from Deep Space Nine a bit.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Basically, non-linear entities that. Yeah.
Right.
It kind of reminds me of the different. You have like a dot. You have a line, and then you have like 3-dimensional space, and then time for us is a line again.
Mm-hmm.
But someone who was in like a fourth or like a fifth dimension would see time as more as a 3-dimensional space, and that's kind of what's happening with Volum.
Right.
For Volum, it's not a line; it's a 3-dimensional space that he can see all of. For us, it's just a line going forward and backwards, and we don't see the rest because we're in a like dimension below.
Right. Right. That's a really good way to explain it. Yeah. And that's true of every artifact in this setting, right? That's not specific to Bolum. That's specific to artifacts. That's what makes them an artifact in this setting. So the idea of being an artifact is it has a soul or a piece of a soul in it. You're not sure how complete or incomplete that soul is in any given case, but it has a living essence in it. But that living essence doesn't experience time in the same way that we do, so it has that fourth dimensional aspect of time, where it's more of a location in a cube than it is a location along a line that only goes in one direction. That's a great way to put it. Yeah, thank you.
I remember reading a lot about higher dimensions, and that's basically how they explain it.
We're
Yeah.
getting some Terry Pratchett level stuff in here. I love it.
I take that as a great compliment. Terry Pratchett was awesome. Let's see. I think that's the basics of what happened. So, yeah, because it was the session before that you had the intervention, and you finally got the necklace away from Marcel. You finally figured out about Shark Face. Okay, so I think that really catches us up. So there was one last thing that we did at the end of the session, and that was that even though I put you on the island, I also said to you, now the journey to the island was several days, and we didn't really go through that. So if there's something that you wanted to say that you were doing during those days of, of travel, let me know, and then we can deal with that. And so Matt sent me some
2 things.
things, but does anybody else have anything?
There was one of the books that we haven't read that I think Marcel wanted to like take stab at reading on the way to Kalport, which was the Pactus Hydronicus.
Okay. Okay, so I'll do that one first because it's real quick and easy. Marcel starts to read that book, and the first third of the book is a treatise on how waves work and how creatures use their different motilities, their different ways of moving, to move through those waves. It's very much a sort of boring, science-based, here's energies and here's what makes a wave get a peak, and like kind of seems like it wouldn't be interesting at all. And then though, after that first third, like, and it's signed by some, Sir something something, right? It's a name you don't recognize, and, some obvious scholar, right? But then at the end of that third, then it starts to talk about the relationship between that energy in waves and the blue plateau, and how the blue plateau, the energy that's in the blue plateau, is actually what causes the waves. That the first third of the book is just describing the waves and how they operate and how they work and how they move and how they interact with each other and how creatures live in them and on them and through them, and how water vessels are able to be propelled by wind outside of them, and this kind of thing. But then the next 2/3 of the book is about how the reason that entire thing happens is that the blue plateau produces energy that radiates out from the plateau itself and affects the common plateau. And what you can get through and still understand in terms of how you're going. The main part of that that's interesting is it talks about how the fact that if you can figure out how that interchange happens, how the waves that radiate out, that energy that's radiating out from the blue plateau, how it gets to the common plateau, you can affect the blue plateau and you can travel back and forth. Because usually if something is going to affect from one plateau to another, it has to actually go through either a rift, a ladder, or a gate. And what this book is saying is that the blue plateau has energy that radiates at such a strange energy type or level or wavelength or energy level, you're not really sure what they're trying to say, that it doesn't need a gate or a ladder. It can just go from the blue plateau to the common plateau. And then By the time you get to that, there's still about 20 pages left in that book, but then you make it to Kalport. So there's about 20 pages that you haven't read yet.
Okay.
Does Emmerin speak Elvish at all or read Elvish? No? Okay. Because we have a book called Herbal Healing Broths in Elvish. We also have Herbs and Tonics of Kalrot, and then How to Cook in Dwarvish. That's what I want to read.
So you have comprehend languages. You can read everything.
Mm.
Those books literally are exactly what they say. The
Sure.
the herbs and tonics, though, that actually has some recipes for things like natural healing potions that would not require magical infusions. So if you could find those herbs, you could mix them into a tonic that has the properties of a healing potion. But mechanically speaking, you're making a healing potion without magic.
Okay.
Okay.
You found a crafting book.
Yeah. The dwarven cooking one literally has old dwarven recipes. And
Anything interesting I want to try out?
all of it. You want to try all of
Yeah.
it?
Okay.
Some of the items in the book, some of the pieces of the recipes are describing meats that you've never heard of creatures that you've never heard of. So that's something that might be tangentially interesting if you ever wanted to go through and try to find those things. They would probably be delicacies nowadays, because if there's something you've not heard of, it's pre-syncing, right? So maybe those things don't exist anymore, but maybe they do, depending on what island you're on, right?
Okay.
Imran, anything?
Pelker's name is Socks. All I
Pelker's name is
decided on
Socks.
this trip.
Okay.
Socks.
Yeah.
There's more than one though, right? Didn't your mom have like 3 or 4?
Yeah, there's more than one, but there's one that I keep like in my hood, and that one is
Okay.
Socks.
Socks. All right. Sounds good.
No, I don't think there was any.
Okay. So Matt wanted Khonnos to try to do a couple of things.
Yeah.
So which one would you like to deal with first?
Let's do the dream work. So basically, I wanted to cast dream to try to since Emerald had been using sending to communicate with her father and learning about the whole refugee situation in Kalport. I just wanted to try to cast dream to essentially communicate with Olgret, just to have like a more than 25-word conversation and just learn more about the situation there.
And how does dream work again? Let's see.
Dream. So I would do this. I would do this, sometime. So it's basically you choose a creature known to you as the target of the spell. They have to be on the same plane of existence. I enter a trance state, or I could do this with somebody else, essentially being a messenger. The messenger appears in the creature's dreams and can converse with the target as long as it remains asleep through the duration of the spell, which is 8 hours. I can also shape the environment. So we had talked about at one point using this to communicate with the refugees while they were still sailing, to essentially say, hey, here's like the navigational landmarks. Here's what the stars, the constellations were. Use these as a guide for sailing and whatnot. So essentially, it's essentially just it's a beefed up version of the sending spell.
Okay. But basically, you're creating like a dream world for you and your target to converse in. They're asleep, you're asleep or trancing.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I would make it. Let's make it appear like Olgret's office. Something he recognizes from being familiar with.
Okay. You're gonna make me do the Olgrat voice. Okay, so it works. What would you like to ask him or say to him?
So, how I've learned I've heard that you and all the refugees from Traston have arrived in Kalport. how are things there?
Hmm.
How are you all?
Well, they've got us sequestered. It's not so happy. We're in a dirty part of town. It's ugly. Big city. They don't take care of it. It's pretty obvious. There's a bunch of sick people around.
Whereabouts in Kalport are you?
We're up in the dock ward. Look. I'll give you more specific. Hold on one second. I have to find my note on a different page. They put us in the Ridgeline district. We're just below a ridge north of the docks. It's all right, I guess. They haven't been mean to us. We're just stuck up here, not being able to talk to anybody except for ourselves and the other sick people.
So they're not allowing any visitors or anything like that?
Not unless you're already stuck there.
Have they told you when you'd be able to leave, or if you can leave?
Soon as everybody's well.
Okay.
Or dead.
In all the sailing we've been doing, we've been seeing people who have been developing a strange affliction. They are turning into like sea creatures. I think it's similar to what we saw on the Crab Island, but we've been seeing that in
Yeah,
other
that's
parts
why
of the
they
world.
put us in this place. Lucanius.
Is it just him? Has it spread to others?
Just him.
Okay. How is Lucanius? Is he recovering at all? Is he still alive?
Comatose.
Comatose. Well,
Those
the good
clerics,
news.
they tried a bunch of stuff and none of it worked, and then he fell asleep one time and stayed that way.
Emmerin might be able to. We think she might be able to do something for him.
That'd be great if they let her in.
All right. My brother Theraval, did he make it? Is he there with you?
He that blue like you?
Yeah. Darker hair though.
Yeah, him and a couple other people. They hang out together. They're not mean or rude, but they don't talk to very many other people.
That's good. If when we make it there, I'll try to we'll try to come and help us if we can. Just tell him I miss him and I'm thinking about him.
All right, I'll give him the message, I guess.
Thanks.
Anything else?
No.
I got a question for you.
Sure.
Where'd all those damn blue goblins come from?
Well, that's a story, and I spend the next 6 hours essentially telling him that story because it'll probably take that long.
How much do you tell him?
Again, I wish I had my notes. I'll tell him everything. I'll tell him,
Okay.
the ones we found a bunch on this Hulka island. We found a bunch that are part of this pirate crew, and they've been bound to this state or developed this affliction essentially because of the deal that Sharkface made. Again, if I miss telling of any of this, feel free to correct me. It's what I remember.
I don't know if it's fair to blame all the blue goblins on Sharkface.
Okay.
He made a deal to get power for him and his crew, not to create all the blue goblins.
Okay.
Remember the blue, basically he sent his crew off. He didn't know, like, to their demise, including his brother.
Right.
And they replaced their crew, the people he got back, he got goblins to replace his crew. And he even said, they're not bad sailors. They're pretty good crew in terms of running a ship. But, that's basically all he knew. And then he knew that some of them were, they tried to go through that process too, and they got like crab hands and they got sick and it's bad. Right. So I don't I don't know that it's fair to blame it on him, although you can if that's what you want to tell Olgrad. It's fine.
No,
I've
it'd be
the,
more of a case where I said, I'm just don't have my crutch to rely on. So,
I mean, you
so
might say, well, that gang with the blue eye painting, right?
mhm.
You might, I mean, because that would be the other
Yeah,
closest
that's the group that's
association.
tied in with
Yeah.
with the pirates and Sharkface. Yeah.
Right.
I was gonna say the Sharkface's crew consisted of crew that got basically cursed for power and blue goblins that got hired on that were basically given to him by the cults or whatever. But those are two separate things, aren't they? Because that's why when the blue goblins got cured, they turned into like completely different people.
Right. So
But they were born as blue goblins.
yeah, in the little weird amniotic
The
sac
sacks. Yeah,
plastic things,
that's
right? Yeah.
really weird now.
So so what Sharkface told you was he was part of a regular pirate crew, and most of his staff was human, including himself, right? Him and his brother. They were running the ship. But then the pirate group, the Red Tooth Pirates, right? Silvertooth Pirates, right? Whatever. They made a deal, and the pirate boss, who Sharktooth was not the pirate, he was boss of his own ship, but not any
Right.
others.
Right.
That boss, the pirate clan boss, okay, he said, "Hey, let's increase our power. We can get lots of power. We can get lots of stuff." And that's when Sharkface went and had his transformation, and it worked fine. His brother went, and when it happened to him, he came back and said, "Oh, this is great. Look what I can do," right? And then everybody, almost all the humans and other people on his ship went to go have whatever done to them, right? He wasn't really specific about what they did to make this happen, but they all went to go have the transformation applied to themselves. And his crew, so that he could still do his pirating business, his crew was replaced with blue goblins. And then two things happened. Number one, the blue goblins started like being translated into like crabs and started growing crab claws and weird stuff. That happened. But also his crew, it wasn't working on them. So he started getting these messages back that, hey, it's not working, all your crew's dying, including your brother. And that's so he didn't go recruit the blue goblins to replace his crew. They were given to him by the pirate boss. Now, where the pirate boss got them, nobody knows. Like, you don't know that.
Okay. So it's more. So it's probably more me telling him, not telling him where exactly they've come from, but more just so here's all the situations and places we've encountered them.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, if you think about what happened on the Haka Island, right? There were only a couple, right? And then all of a sudden you found this nest, right, of them. Like they were everywhere, and destroyed them all, right? They
Right.
were growing from the trees and all that stuff. So when did that, like, you didn't see the impetus of that. It just suddenly, like, you discovered them. So you can imagine that happened on Trastenfin, right? On Thud Island, which is where Trastenfin is, and then all of a sudden they started being overrun with goblins, right? Because nobody was out looking at the trees to find goblin sacks to kill them. So, whereas you all had your experience in the Palace of Mud with these weird blue goblins, and you had already seen it on the ship, you saw them growing and incubating, right? And so on Sharkface's ship, actually, right? And then you saw more of those sack things on the island, and it was like, oh, we can't let these goblins overrun everything. But on Thud Island, where Trastenfin is, nobody knew that was happening, so they didn't stop all those from growing, and then they got to overrun the island, and then they all had to. They refugeed out because it was like they are literally destroying everything on the island. So,
Yeah, so that's like they've been spreading just all over the place and not really sure exactly how they're getting where they're getting.
right. And then when you found out like that you could revert their form into people who say they're from a certain year, it's like, what? But you grew
Yeah,
from a sack on a tree, like,
yeah, it's about as deep. It's as deep as the ocean, and we're seeing that there's really no bottom to this so far.
all right. Well, I guess I'll just wait until you get here. How far are you away?
I mean, I would give them our general positions. This is where we've been. This is where we're sailing from. We think it'll take an X number of days to arrive.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. I
All
don't
right.
think he has anything else to say.
Okay.
And then there was one other thing you wanted to do, right?
Yeah, that's definitely the real fun thing. I'm going to attempt to cast because this was this was like a point of discussion in our last session. I'm going to attempt to cast Contact Other Plane again, and this time I'm going to try to contact the Raven Queen because I think there were some questions we wanted to ask her.
Okay, so I gotta figure out how this works and how it's gonna work here. Are you telling everyone that you're doing this before you do it?
Yes.
So if you all have some questions or something that you think should be.
Well, first, I mean, we don't know if she's a friendly entity, right? So we don't want to give anything away. We don't want to give her information that she could use against us until we know what her intentions are. But I mean, an obvious question is: we have this entity Blacksley here who says that he works for you. Why is he here? Because we don't know what his quest is, right? He doesn't either.
Right. The questions I was going to ask, that covers a couple of the questions I was going to ask. I was going to ask her, did she send Blacksley to us? Do you have a task for him? And then also, is she being held captive, or is Liralac controlling her? And then has control over souls been taken from her? Because I think those are the big questions we were talking about.
Is she aware that Liralac's laboratory was in her was it her church or
Her cathedral? Yeah.
Yeah, her cathedral.
The Cathedral of the Beak.
Okay.
Okay, so now,
but like don't tip off to her that like we know of the Soul Spire and the lake and everything, because if she's in league with Liralac, we don't want her to know we know their weakness or their source. This, you know what I mean? We don't want them to know that we're going for the cause of their power.
Yeah.
now this reminds me. There was one other thing about last session, right? Khonnos, you were given the knowledge of where your patron is, right?
Yeah, it was. I think this was a couple sessions ago, but yeah, it was at the bottom of the threefold lake on the blue plateau. Yeah, and it's like essentially I had gained knowledge of where that was, but whenever I tried to, I think this was from the last time I tried this.
Yeah.
When I tried to write it out, it was just literally just utter gibberish and unrecognizable scrawlings. So it's better than a normal drawing I personally would be able to make probably.
And weren't we gonna ask the Book of Proof something about if the coral needs to be returned to the lake to help aid the reversal of the sinking or something like that? Was that a question we wanted to try to answer?
I think we kind of learned that essentially it's like almost like we thought it was like that would be like putting the plug back into the drain if we did that.
Hmm.
I mean, that's something I'm going to want to do regardless.
Okay.
So yeah, if anybody has any other questions, or maybe wants to try to talk me out of doing this, now would be the time.
Yeah, because remember what happened to him last time, right?
Yeah, Khonnos
Yeah.
doesn't remember. Khonnos doesn't remember what happens to him. I do, but Khonnos doesn't. But the rest of you
I,
probably do.
I think it has the potential of getting us some answers. So,
Okay.
is there any way? I mean, I don't know if you can mesh them, but is there any way Emeren's zone of truth or whatever can somehow tie in to participate? No.
I don't know if it works like that.
Hmm.
I also don't have it prepared.
The thing about so the contact other planes though, it's happening in Khonnos's head,
Oh.
right? Like it's not as if he summons a planar entity or a deity to come down and talk to him that you can see, right? He goes into a sort of trance-like meditative state and converses with whoever it is he's trying to contact
Hmm.
or whoever he ends up contacting. And so a zone of truth won't work because he's not having a conversation with another entity out in the open where, like, let me put it this way. His part of the conversation and his conception of the activity is happening in his brain, right? Or whatever. But you don't know where the other entity is. So you can't cast a zone of truth to that other place to make sure that entity is not lying. Right?
Okay.
So zone of truth doesn't work. But on the other hand, zone of truth or contact other plane basically is the assumption is, I'll put it that way. The assumption is the DM has to give you an honest answer, right? Because the answer is either yes, no, maybe, it's unclear, or the DM can provide a phrase if a one-word answer would be misleading, right? So the implication there is the job of the DM is to give an honest answer to the questions asked, not to mislead on purpose, right?
Right. Yeah. There's nothing in here that indicates, that whoever I'm talking to would give an unclear or a vague answer. Well,
Right.
a false answer.
Right.
They might not be able to give a full or true answer if they don't know it, but
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. So I guess all that to say, what I said about zone of truth is true. You couldn't cast it in this case because it wouldn't apply to something on another plane. But the job of this spell is for the DM to answer the question without lying anyway. So
Okay.
it's kind of
Yeah.
it's kind of the same situation. You're kind of in a zone of truth, kind of, right? So
yep. I mean, you could cast it on Khonnos if you think he's not gonna, if you think he's not gonna tell you truthfully what he hears, but
yeah,
it wouldn't affect the incoming source.
right.
Is now from what you all told me, apparently the last time I did this, I don't remember any of it, but apparently the last time I tried this, something went wrong or something weird happened. Is there anything anybody can do to, I don't know, maybe help me try to pull this off better?
Try to pull it off better.
Well, I mean, I can sing you a song of inspiration about a young man who needed concentration to work a very specific task with high stakes.
Okay.
Listen to this fluty ballad.
All right.
I can also cast would like enhance an ability if you have it requires something specific.
Yeah, it's I have to make an intelligence save.
Yeah, I will cast Fox Cunning on Khonnos.
Okay.
And what does that do for him?
Gives him advantage on intelligence checks.
Checks or saves?
Wait, hold on. Just X out of it, and I need to check that. Checks.
That won't work.
That's unfortunate.
Okay.
You could bless him though, because doesn't that affect?
Yeah, let's do that.
That works.
Because
Actually,
you
remember,
had-
because this technically only takes a minute, so.
Yeah, that's a D4 for saves. So
Yeah, perfect. Let's cast Bless.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool.
So we've got a
Been having-
bless. We've got an inspiration. What's your inspiration die?
It's a
Axley?
D8.
D8.
Yeah.
So you're going to get
Okay.
a D4 and a D8 added to your
Okay.
roll.
All right. So let's see what this does. Intelligence. I'm using D&D Beyond's dice roller for the first time. Oh, I'm glad you guys gave me those because I'm going to need them. Okay, that's brings me up to an 11 so far, and then the D8 because I rolled like a 8 to start, and then +3 from the inspiration. Oh, missed it by 1. 14. I needed a 15.
Okay. So what questions do you want to ask?
Are you being held captive?
No.
Right. Did you know that Laralac was operating in your sanctuary in the Cathedral of the Beak? That he had a lab there?
No.
Did you send Blacksley to us?
No.
Oh. That makes my fourth question moot. Do you still have control over souls?
Yes.
That's all the questions I'm going to ask.
You don't have one more?
I
I wish I could tell you one.
Go ahead. Tell
do you
me.
have?
Can I?
Sure. Yeah.
Is Laralac your ally or enemy, however you want to phrase it?
All right. Are you and Laralac allies?
No.
Okay. That's all my questions.
Okay. Roll me a D100.
Oh no! Here we go. Uh, the enemy-
99.
Wow.
Oh no! Is that good or bad?
It's either really good or really
Yeah,
bad.
yeah. Yeah. So the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Um. So, was anybody watching him while he was doing it?
Cleric was there.
I figure Black Sleep, or not Black Sleep, actually probably would have been too if you're giving me inspiration during this.
Gently, soothingly playing music in the background.
Yeah, I would have been watching. I'm not very useful in this case, but still watching.
You see Khonnos fall asleep, which that doesn't sound so weird, but you have never seen Khonnos fall asleep. Khonnos doesn't sleep. Khonnos goes into a trance. Khonnos is an elf. Khonnos fell asleep. Socks runs over to Khonnos and sits on his chest.
Just like my own cat when I'm asleep.
And Khonnos sleeps, and you're worried.
It's not normal.
How does one wake a sleeping elf? It's never
Khonnos
happened.
sleeps for 6 days.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, lordy.
And when he wakes up, he cannot speak.
Uh-oh.
So for wrong die. For 6 days he's asleep. When he wakes up for 4 days, he can't speak. When he tries to write messages to you, it's gibberish. It's like the last time he did this and tried to tell you something, and it's obvious it makes perfect sense to him, but when he shows you the piece of parchment that he wrote on, it's chicken scratch and arrows. And then the day before you get to Kalport, he wakes up or comes out of his trance, because he doesn't sleep again after that 6 days. He comes out of his trance and gets his voice back. Now, Khonnos, that whole time that you were asleep, Bolim was talking to you. And Bolim told you the history of his entire mortal life. But you can't remember it. But you know that he told you. So
I
now
think in the
the day before you pull into Kalport, you are seemingly back to normal.
That is one scary spell, my friend.
oh, you think when you make a deal with an all-powerful entity for a little sliver of power, they give you stuff that isn't harmful to you. And then for the 4 days he's awake but isn't able to communicate, Khonnos is absolutely livid about the fact that no one can understand what he is writing. So he is on edge, probably as
when you
arriving.
look at they show you the paper the parchment that you wrote on, and now to you it looks like chicken scratch and arrows. Like it's obvious that you were livid because you knew exactly what you were saying, but
All right. Well, I definitely am not going to try that again. Because this time he knows that something went horribly wrong. The last time he didn't. So now it's like, okay, well, we're just gonna tuck that bit of magic away, and
not unless we're desperate.
Not even then.
The other thing is that when Khonnos was asleep and then not able to communicate, none of you saw Otto. He was just gone. He was not around.
Otto the Pelican?
and the crow that rides on his back, gone. Both of them just.
Can I resummon Otto?
He's back now. When the day when you came out of your trance and you could speak, he was on the windowsill waiting for you.
Okay.
But
Or we didn't ever see him physically leave or come back.
Mm-mm.
Huh.
Or the crow, which the crow is not summoned by Khonnos, right? The crow is a crow from Darkport,
Yeah.
or
Well, we think.
a raven from Darkport, and
Uh,
Otto is a familiar. So
well, if nothing else, we know that the Raven Queen and Laralac aren't allies, but as far as the rest of that goes, it was kind of it was a red herring, basically. It was a dead end.
Well, that's very useful information, though. I mean, she could prove to be a powerful ally if and she's in a realm that is a real powerful realm that we never encountered though. We don't even know if she's safe or if she's. Well, she said she's not captured, right? You asked her that.
Yeah, she's not being she's not being captured. She's not being held captive. She hasn't lost any of her normal power that we would know of.
that's not what you
Well,
asked her.
Oh, I said, do you still have control over Soul? She said yes.
Yes.
So
I mean,
goes,
maybe who knows? Maybe another trip to Darkport would be useful in our future to actually go meet her and have a conversation. Because at some point, we're going to need to enlist allies, right? I mean, we can't do this alone. This is a pretty monumental enemy we're going up against.
I mean, to be fair, I've never heard of gods enlisting as like someone to fight with, but at the very least, maybe some of her priests might be willing to lend a hand.
Well, it's in her best interest if she controls souls, and Laralac is usurping that power and manipulating it.
Yeah. Yeah. And the more allies we can get, the better. I'm just, making sure you understand. We're probably not getting like.
Besides, I point to Blacksley. Black looks good on me.
For all we know, Blacksley is the help Raven Queen sent.
Yeah. I mean, well, she didn't send him to us. So as far as whatever his task is, that's to be seen, or maybe it's for him to determine.
I mean, we're still under the assumption he's benign or friendly, right? But that may not be the case.
And he's done nothing so far to make us doubt him.
Yeah, but we don't know whose motive he represents.
I feel like it should be the Raven Queen, even if she didn't necessarily send him. It does seem like he's here because of her. Like, it's her doing that he exists as he is.
What he said to you last session was he was either really, really good or really, really bad.
Mm-hmm.
That's why his soul didn't go to wherever it's supposed to go. Instead, it was put into this form so that he could rise and complete a task. He doesn't know what the task is. So, and then you found out from the book that he was Cornelius Adram. So he said, or he didn't say, the conjecture or the assumed state of things was the only being that can create revenants and cause them to rise and complete a task is the Raven Queen.
And you asked her if she sent him to us, right? Not that she sent him, but sent him specifically to us.
Yes.
And now, refresh my memory. The House of Adram. That's essentially the cult house, right?
Yeah, according to everything
With
that
the
we
eye.
know.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah,
So
remember,
not.
so way back even in the first session when you talked to the lighthouse keeper, he said that the House of Adram is the boogeyman. That's what you tell your children, behave or the House of Adram will come to get you, right? They're going to come do bad things to you. And that they are no longer supposedly in existence, but that's why it's a boogeyman, right? But then
Which would
you
which would
saw
lend to him not
the
being.
signal, right? The symbol on the ship.
Yeah.
That's yeah.
Which would lend to him not being a good person, not doing extraordinarily well and good things, but to have to make some kind of penance.
Yeah, but either way, if it's good or bad, he's clearly here to do good, to like redeem himself or do further good. So either way, it kind of works out for us in terms of can we trust him? Do we want to turn our back and let him do whatever? Probably not. But I don't think we have to worry about him necessarily like working for Laralac.
Okay.
Okay, so anything else that anybody wants to do before you pull into port and get escorted to the Queen's Palace?
I would just ask. I would mention everybody about my conversation with Ulgret. So at some point we should try to go to the Ridgeline District.
Regret my choices of not pursuing the vengeance I had wanted against a certain shark face.
Vengeance you wanted?
Yeah.
We ever decide how to pay the crew?
I think we decided we had the money and it just came out of nowhere. No, I think we decided that we were going to have that we had enough like coin, I think, to pay them. And if not, we had the amethysts to liquefy in Kalport.
Yeah.
Yeah, you decided
Think
that the amethysts that you had could be sold.
could sell them, but did we want to sell them?
No, but if we need to, because
I
we
mean,
all
we probably could scrounge up some other items that we could sell, right? Some magic items that have value that if we really needed money.
We still had the gunpowder that we never got sold.
Yep.
Yeah.
yeah.
And
I don't know how legal it is to sell gunpowder in Kalport.
then I can also pitch in like the 300 gold worth of diamond dust, which I would like to keep, but if we needed to throw that in there, we can do that. And that would give us a decent bit without
Honestly,
selling the.
we could also try selling.
Oh, wait. I have this in my notes. We found this tucked away in the Curiosity. It's a small box filled with jewelry, necklaces with rubies, anklet, and sapphires.
Oh.
Okay, we can sell that. I was going to suggest we could try selling the books to the library in Kalport as well.
That's true. Okay, I'll make a list of the things we can sell.
Maybe not the ones we haven't finished reading, but the more like,
Yeah.
especially if they're like old, they might fetch a decent price for the library collection. That way we don't have to sell the amethyst, since the amethyst seem to be important.
Mm-hmm.
The amethyst is the key.
So, you also need to deliver the mail, remember?
Yep. Yeah. Assuming any of that is still, hasn't gone stale yet.
Well, I mean, no one else could make it, right? Like that. The whole reason you have that giant bag of mail is that no one else
Mhm.
Was
you
going
you
this
were
way, yeah.
there, yeah. So
Yeah.
okay, so you are now in Kalport. You know that they caused, you know, had Shark Face's ship sent over to the quarantined area. You have agreed to follow the rules of the town,
Mhm.
which are in the Discord, and um, so just see what happened. Oh, interesting. Okay. Um, it says Nina jumped out of ennui and then now it's back in. So anyway,
Notice that happened
so
during.
one of the recordings you dropped out and never came back. So I had to
Good.
use the backup audio to do that. That's the only time
It
it happened though, was that one time. So
happened during last Titan's Air with Karu.
mm,
Yeah, it did.
Well, I jumped out at the end, but I've been trying to keep an eye on it to make sure it doesn't happen, and it just happened and then bounced back.
yeah.
I'm
Okay.
not
I
really
mean,
sure.
whatever. I mean that's part of the reason for the second backup, so it's okay.
It's good. Sorry.
But in any case, so the rules of the city: no teleportation, no casting in public, no concealed weaponry, no open deity worship, no fighting except where designated and sanctioned, and Captain Lord Tobik, Baron of Jinnik, Steward of Weltusk. Okay, so that's your directive. You've agreed to follow those rules. Um, and so I remember Imran tucked her holy symbol into her tunic, and you all have to have your weapons out and visible, and no casting. And they inform you that you're having an audience with the queens, Rimethus and Delencia, and you are taken to. So I'm going to be a bad podcaster and refer to the image of the city, which
Mhm.
is it's pinned in the Discord. It says handout to Kalport map. Do not open unless we go there, which it took 10 sessions. Um, but so that you can then do open original, so you can see a really big version of that, right? Um, and I think, let's see. Yeah, I did not put us. So it's basically, I'll describe it for the audience. It is a large city. It has a wall around the city with several towers. There's also an inner wall. There are some large buildings. There are several districts. There's a large dock district where basically everyone, of course, has to dock. And then it's on a hill, so the sort of inner wall is up in elevation because there's a ridge that runs down basically from north to south, runs down almost 2/3 the way through the city. Um, the place where the palace is just make sure I give you the right thing. The palace is so if you're looking at the map, I'll take this part out of the recording when I release it as a podcast. But if you're looking at the map, you see the compass rose. If you look just to the left of the compass rose, there's sort of a triangle-shaped island. And just to the left of that, beyond the wall, there's a sort of large building with a circle almost in the middle of it. That's the
Yep.
palace. Okay, that's the palace. That's um, the royal hall is what they call it. And so that's where you are taken. So basically, if you think about that, then you docked on one of these sort of the larger docks, right where it says the one source warehouse, right? That's sort of where you docked. So you docked and you walked in, you went through this tower where it says lower city, and then you were escorted up the hill and then up the hill to the south to that royal house. Okay. Um, So basically, you were taken through the streets, and as you were taken through the streets, the royal guards, the queen's elite guards, are who are escorting you, and it's obvious that the populace gives deference to these people, and you're not sure if the populace is giving deference because of fear or allegiance or 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 just out of respect. And so there you have it. And one other thing, all of the Queen's elite guards are female. They're all women. Okay. So, and they are wearing what amounts to military uniforms. So, I mean, not like modern military, but basically they are, they have nice armor. It's well polished. They have insignias on the armor, on their pauldrons. A couple of them are wearing helmets. The helmets have, crests and different emblems and designs on them. And obviously, they also have rapiers. They are obviously militaristic. I'll put it that way. They can fight. They're not. They have a very rigid bearing, and they are, no small talk, right? They are doing their job, and they're going through, and they are protective of you. So they sort of, as you're moving through town, you all can stand next to each other for the most part. They sort of form a half circle in front of you, and then there's a couple of them behind you. Okay, so that you're basically protected from all sides. Not that anybody's threatening you or anything, but they're obviously, you are in their care, if that makes sense. You are their duty right now, so they are making sure that you are getting to where they are obligated to take you. And so they escort you to the palace, and you enter into the palace. The palace is not, so the royal hall is, it's a very large building, but it is not extremely, it's not gilded, right? It's not ostentatious or gaudy. It doesn't have a lot of obvious riches, right? There's not a lot of obvious wealth being displayed on the outer wall or on the initial interior areas. The only place that you see so far that you've seen any kind of wealth being shown is with the tapestries that are hanging in the wide halls as you walk down the main hall, just as you come into the royal hall. And those tapestries depict historical, what you assume are members of the royal family, historically, like in the process of being knighted or getting some kind of rank within the royal house. They're very colorful, and it's really obvious that those tapestries are well maintained and very worth a lot of money, put it that way. You are escorted to a waiting room, and you are informed that the queens will see you when they're ready. They don't actually give you a time. They just say, we wait here, and we will come and get you when the queens are ready. So you've got a few minutes to discuss things if you need to.
So I guess we're here under the presumption that Marcel is royalty and we are an entourage.
So I think the whole way to this point, Marcel is trying his best to look at least regal, like sitting like back straight, like looking up and just like pretending. As soon as the guards just leave us, they just slump into the first chair. It's like, I'm already exhausted. I can't do this. I assume none of you guys want to pretend you're the royal instead?
No.
It's a great response. I'm looking for something real quick.
Yeah.
How are we supposed to address you, Marcel?
Your furriness.
I will not take that. How am I supposed to know? My people don't do royalty. We haven't done royalty for generations.
Well, that means you get to start a new tradition.
Well, the thing is, it's not like I can go back to my people and be like, my people, I've been recognized as your king. And they're going to be like, cool. No. At most, they're going to be like, great. So that's, does that mean we get something from you? Like, it's...
Well, I assume we don't want to go in and say, hey, whatever you've heard, the people who said it don't really know what they're talking about. I mean, it's getting us an audience, right? It's getting us, obviously, respect.
Yeah, that's true. The one of the queens is called Delencia. I'm sure they know some information that could be useful.
If we get to ask questions, I don't think we're going to be the ones asking questions for a minute.
What's the history of Delencia? That's the
Keeper of Souls, Queen of Souls.
Yep. She was the wife of the old dwarven king who was responsible for the destruction of the tieflings, I believe.
Oh, so she was the wife of a sociopath. Excellent.
Well, now she's just using the name. I mean, I'm assuming that's what she was named after, that person.
So she wasn't the one that was responsible for destroying the tieflings.
No, that was
Ian Tarsus.
Thank you. I knew it started with an I.
And he was a tyrannical dwarven leader who made some bad decisions that brought shame to his clan. Blah blah blah. This is what Olgrat told you, right? And he helped Ioliath's children get rid of the tieflings. Remember, those are the dragonborn in this world. Ioliath's children. Now that race redeemed itself because they helped fight one of the demons during the evisceration, and saved a whole bunch of stuff. Anyway, but basically, the way that Ian Tarsus helped them get rid of the tieflings is he stole Delencia's children.
Oh.
And she basically vowed revenge, apparently, on him, and it was such a horrible thing to happen, and whatever she did or whatever she became, ultimately in dwarven clans, even though Ian Tarsus and his entire line is out, like they exiled them and they died off, it's still an old it's still so here's where the intersection came between the House of Adram and the Queen of Souls, because the lighthouse keeper told you that the House of Adram, was a boogeyman. In the dwarven clans, Delencia is the boogeyman because it was, don't misbehave or Delencia will come and get your soul, because she wants repayment for her children being taken.
Of which Bolam is her child, right? So this could be a grand reunion. Hey, Mom, I'm a trident now.
Well, again, this queen has probably taken the name from past. Just like, you have King James the 15th, because people take the same names over and over again.
That's like the Pope, right? The Pope takes a papal name, right? The Queen takes a regal name, right? It just so happens right now that Queen Elizabeth was her name, and it's also the regal name she took. But normally they take, when they are anointed king or queen, they take a regal name, and they're no longer referred to as their actual birth name. That's no longer like when you're addressing the king or queen, you address them as their regal name, because that's the queen or that's the king.
Mm-hmm. So her taking Delencia as the name is a nod to the Delencia of the past. It doesn't. Yeah, we have to use this to our advantage in some way, shape, or form.
Well, so she's potentially related to the trident, at least some distant, great uncle.
possible.
So after about 10 minutes, maybe 15, there is a knock at the door.
I straighten.
I'll answer it.
Standing in front of you is a male human who is wearing robes almost like almost like a judge's set of robes, but tied at the waist. So he's not a judge, but kind of that style. So he's obviously got a tunic on under it, but he has like a robe, and it has a couple of stripes down it, coming from the shoulders down. And he as you open the door, he stands up high. He says, "Good morn. I am Major Domo Justinius. I am here to escort the royal entourage to see the queens."
We are ready.
I guess.
Excellent. How would you like to process in?
What does that mean?
How we enter the chamber. You should be, I think, last, right? Because we should come out first and form like a procession and line up,
Sure, that sounds great.
and then you come in.
That's the coolest way of asking for a marching order I've ever heard.
Yeah.
The major domo is very. I mean, his job is to make
Announce.
sure that you are right, like that you are looked after, and that you're. He's the chief steward of the house, right? So he's a step above the butler. So he doesn't deal with the staff, he deals with the guests and making sure the household is perfect for the guests. And as royals, he wants to make sure everything is perfect. So that's his. He's one of those. It's like the whole Buckingham Palace thing where they can't have a facial expression. That's him. He's like in his uniform.
He's a beef eater.
Yeah, he's a beef eater, except he's not holding a rifle or having a big hairy hat. So. He says, "Very well, follow me." And he takes a couple steps out the door and he looks at one of the elite guards and he says, "You will follow the entire group." And they nod and he goes.
Follow.
Okay.
He takes you down the hall and then to the left and then to the right. And that hall is much grander, and now there are suits of armor all along, but the suits of armors are either made of gold or gilded with gold, so they are extremely shiny, and now you're seeing the wealth of what a royal house would have. And he leads you to two doors, and the doors are enormous wooden doors, double doors. They have an arch at the top, and they're banded, but the bands are silver. Okay, so polished, highly polished silver. And as he starts walking up, two guards, one of them leans in one side, one leans in from the other, and they open the doors. And as the doors open, you hear bugles playing, the traditional sort of, here's the announcement of people coming in. And as you enter, you notice that every person in the room, and there's probably 50 people in there, stop whatever they were doing, whatever discussions they were having, and they turn to look and watch you come in. And you're coming into a room, and there are guards about 5 feet away from each other. So basically, they're forming a hallway for you to be shuttled up to a dais where there are two thrones. There are people on the outskirts of where all the guards are standing. There's also, you notice, an enormous table on each side of the room that has lots of items on it. So part of it has a bunch of food piled up, part of it has weapons, part of it has household goods like shiny candlesticks, all the silver that's polished, and there, like, it's a display of wealth and power. Okay, it's obvious that that's what it is. And the last 20 feet in front of the throne, there aren't guards there. There are two women sitting, one on each throne, and behind them there is a person behind each of them, and then there are guards lined up in the back there. All of these guards that are in this room are either similar to the guards that escorted you all the way to the royal house, which those are the Queen's elite guards, okay? Or they are obviously royal house guards, and some of those are men, but their insignias are obviously different. They are not the Queen's elite guard. They're just royal guards. Okay, so there's definitely a difference between the Queen's elite guards and the royal guards, but either way, they're all right. Obviously skilled. They have weapons. Blah blah blah. Okay. As you enter and as you reach the point where you will stop, the major domo turns and sort of gives you a hand signal to stop. And he sort of looks over to the side, and a younger, sort of almost squire-looking person, still in sort of... So everyone in this room is well-dressed, right? No one is from the lower class. All of these people are people from the Queen's court, okay? They all have some sort of power in this. This is a traditional sort of monarchic thing here, okay? The people in this room are the movers and shakers of this area, okay? It's
So what you're saying is they're all dressed better than us.
They're all dressed really well.
Mhm.
This person who steps up is probably the least well dressed, and it's because he's just the herald, who is a person who's going to
And
announce.
he's still dressed better than us.
Right? He's still dressed better than you, but he's dressed worse than everybody else. So he's the worst house on the best street, right? And he says, instead of introducing you, he says, I present to thee the royal queens Remethus and Delencia, and every single person in the room, except for the Queen's elite guards, bow and stay bowed.
Okay. I'll bow. Why not?
Yeah.
So
Okay. After you bow, the queens say, you may rest, and everyone stops bowing. One of the queens... So let me describe the queens for you. The queens both look to be about... They're human. They're both human. They look to be probably 35, 40 years old, so they're not super old. But they were not around before the sinking, because remember, it's been 50 years. So they obviously were born after the sinking, at least based on their looks. They both are wearing regal gowns, or I should probably say more like a regal cloak almost, because when they move a little bit, you see that they have armor on under it. So they're not sitting there just in fancy clothing. They are sitting there in armor with sort of this nice purplish, almost, depending on the way the light hits it, it's sort of purple, sort of blue, sort of cloak that hangs over. They're both wearing crowns. The crowns are highly bejeweled. And they both have a scepter at their right hand, which they are not holding up, but it's on their sort of armrest of the thrones. And one of them says, "Welcome to Kalport. Please introduce yourselves."
Grand hall. We come to you on a mission of peace. I am Axley, And these are my companions. This is Emran, and this is this is Khonnos, the unknown, the unknowable, the great unknowable. And finally, let me introduce, and I'll pull out my little flute and I'll play a little tune that sounds very much like popcorn. This is the great Majesticus Aquaticus of the watery realm, Marcel. I'll bow.
I think she's blushing.
Marcel's just like, do you think I could kill him right now? I'm sorry.
So you notice the herald is sort of, but trying not to. But the elite guard are just stone-faced.
Stone-faced.
The
Great.
queens look. They have a softer expression, but they're not quite smiling. So they're. From where do you hail?
Do we have a name for the Haka island?
I don't think so.
I don't think they ever gave us a name. We knew it was a mud something
Mudswing,
tribe.
Yeah.
Mud swimmer tribe. I was going to say mud splatter. Suppose originally we come from Traston Fen. Though honestly, as sailors, we come from all over.
People of the sea, then.
Very much so. And, my name's Marcel Duran, and apparently I come from a line of the last king of the Latrinians. But there's been some embellishment because my people do not really bow to a king anymore.
So you gave
So I
up
come from a
your
royal
right to-
line, but yes, you could say that. Our people don't really
You
recognize.
abdicated your power.
Sure, you can put it that way. It wasn't
Why
me
would one
directly.
do such a thing?
I don't know. It wasn't me directly. It was far enough back. Our people are very short-lived. So it wasn't.
Our people are very short.
I myself am only 12 years old, so I don't know what happened, 20 years ago. But I suppose King.
So you did not abdicate.
No, I
So
did
you
not.
are trying to regain your power.
Well, no.
So you want to abdicate.
I don't think that's how it works. Well, the Latrinians we're a free-spirited people. We're all over the place. We're very decentralized.
Yes, our people are free as well. Free. And everyone, everyone in the room, yes, we are free, yes.
So every clan governs themselves.
Yes, our people govern themselves. And
Right.
Yes, we govern ourselves.
And we don't really think royalty is necessary at that point.
So you abdicate your power.
Sure. I mean, there was no power to
But
abdicate.
you have presented yourself to us as the royal line. But you have abdicated.
It's complicated, and there's things going on in the world out there that are best spoken privately.
But you have an entourage.
These are my party members, yes. Well, you can't travel alone out there. It's very dangerous. They're my friends.
The queen
My crew.
obviously looks everybody up and down. This is your crew,
Yes,
but you came in on quite a large ship.
that is correct. That here's Emerin is our captain, and the rest of the fleet is under
Ah, you're a
Khonnos'.
captain. You were not introduced as such.
Yeah, someone may have forgotten that part.
Sorry, it's a long note, a long list. Some things spell out.
I may have also forgotten about introducing the other leader in our group. And I look at Khonnos. You may have been informed that we came in with a fleet, and Khonnos here is the chieftain of that fleet.
Ah, you are a chieftain. I was not informed.
The people, yes, they've sorry. The a tribe of yes, there is a tribe of Hoka that follow me as their leader.
Oh, those are the alligator people.
Yes. They
But they
recently
were not manning your ship. They were manning the other ship.
Yes, they were serving as replacements for many of the crew on that ship were no longer for a crew on that ship who were not able to function.
Because of the illness.
Yes.
Hmm.
I
To
did
put it
not
quite
want
frankly,
to.
they were kind of sort of our prisoners because, we had them. That's why the
You took
Haka were.
prisoners.
Well, yeah.
So you did not abdicate your power.
Well, when you're on the seas and a pirate ship comes up to you, you have two choices: either let them sink your ship or take them instead. It's a different kind of it's a naval thing.
Interesting. So why have you come to us? What is it that you need?
Information and perhaps alliances against a great evil who is, you may know or not, that is pushing people out of their homes and making them refugees in a world where waters have risen.
Khonnos, at this point, you hear in your head,
Mhm.
that's not Delencia.
I'll think back to it. Bolam, who is it? Do you know them?
That's not my Delencia.
I'll think back. I think this might be another instance of you're not sure what time it is or when it is.
Imposter Delencia.
Hmm.
I don't really know how I was expecting this to go, but I didn't think it would go this badly this quickly.
I'm not going to say anything to Lindsay, but I'm just going to start keeping my eye on her and just kind of see how, like, studying her face, see how she's reacting to us or anything like that, or if she's looking at any one of us with particular attention.
Well, so right now you don't even know which one is Delencia because they didn't actually identify themselves as Remethus or Delencia. The herald presented them, but did not say this
Point
is
them out.
Delencia, this is Remethus. He just stated their presence.
Your Majesties, there has been little word of Kalport for a long time from Trastenfinn. This is a fact-finding mission as much as it is anything else. Can you please tell us what's transpired here over the years with no contact? Have you had contact with other isles and other peoples?
Of course we have. We have had contact with multiple islands around here, and
How close
they
are those
all
islands?
have pledged allegiance to us.
How
And
close are all those islands that you have
Some of them
under
are
your...
near and some of them are far.
How far is the farthest?
She snaps her fingers, and the person that was sort of slightly behind her leans forward and whispers in her ear. And she says, "The farthest one is a 7-day sail."
Has it always been a 7-day sail?
She sort of looks, and the guy whispers in her ear, "No."
When was the last time did you hear from them?
Why do you ask?
No, you've clearly received a large number of refugees from Trastenfin already. You have them here in the city somewhere, I presume. You've talked to them, and I'm sure they've told you what befell Trastenfin and why they were fleeing.
I have sent representatives to them, and they do not have much to say other than that there were some goblins.
Did
Have
they
you had
mention how
any?
long that journey took?
No. They said they were trapped in a storm, so obviously any estimate of time traveled is erroneous.
Do you count Trastenfin among the islands that have sworn allegiance to you?
Of course not. We have not made any overtures to the leadership of Trastenfin or the entire island of Thude.
Well, I think you've
Good.
got most of the people here now, so.
Do these stories of blue goblins ring true to you in any way, or are they? They seem.
Do I think they were lying? Of course not. Why would they lie about such a thing?
But do you have any experience with such things? Have you had blue goblins reported in Kalport?
Or any of the surrounding islands.
Perhaps.
Was it the farther ones or the nearer ones?
Perhaps.
Are we sensing a pattern?
I'm sorry, are you here to interrogate us or ask us for a favor?
I suppose we're trying to figure out how much you know about the problem that is happening on the rest of the world, and the fact that perhaps our world is expanding to the point where...
problems that we have are that refugees keep showing up sick.
Yeah, that's related.
Have you researched any of the illness? Have you had any luck curing or reducing symptoms?
We try to reduce contact.
So you just let them die.
Our clerics have been dispatched, and there's nothing they can do.
Out of character, what did we cast? It was remove curse and then greater greater
It was
no,
just remove curse, and then I casted cure wounds.
cure wounds. Okay, so it was remove curse that got rid of it. Okay, I couldn't remember what spell actually worked.
That was only on ones that didn't have symptoms. That was only, and the ones that did have symptoms, we tried and they died. We
Well,
also tried lesser and greater. Neither of those worked either.
I think the ones that died were the ones who were really, really far along and far progressed. Like the ones who were only maybe starting to transform were the ones who could still be healed.
Our chaplains have not been able to render services to any of the refugees that come in sick. None of them are able to speak or understand what the chaplains are saying, and none of them vow to worship the appropriate deities to allow for the healing to take place.
Who do you consider the appropriate deities to worship here?
Well, of course, our deity Straben.
Wasn't aware deities were that picky with healing.
You are not a person of faith, are you?
No.
Since the illness apparently comes upon the sea, we request assistance from the sea god in order to help us cure the illness. The god of the harvest is little use for an illness from the sea. The god of the sun is little use for an illness from the sea. The god of the earth is little use for an illness from the sea. The god of the sea is the one who can cure an illness from the sea.
Unless it's a curse, in which case you're going about it wrong.
Perhaps you would like to speak to my religious advisors.
That might be.
Goddess of Storms had something to say about that, and she cured a couple of them.
The goddess of storms.
For us.
You don't trust in Straben.
Straben's a deity known to me, and I don't distrust Straben, but I don't specifically worship him now.
You are a single god worshipper. You don't pay allegiance to all of the gods.
Only the one that's helped me.
Interesting. And
How
what of
many
the rest
people?
of you? Do
Well,
you
I already
worship all of
pointed
the
out.
gods?
I don't really worship gods.
You don't believe in the power of the gods?
Oh, I believe in the power of the gods. I kind of have to. I've seen people use the power of the gods, but just not my thing, I guess.
I believe in fate and fortune, which I think even the gods hold sway to.
The gods are quite fickle. They determine the fates and the fortunes. That's why we pay allegiance to them. And just like mortal beings, they all have their place. They all have responsibilities which they cover. Straben's responsibility is the sea. Perhaps you would like to speak to our abbot. Huberto, go get Tullus. 2 people run off.
How many people are in here besides the queens and her entourage?
There are probably 10 elite guards, probably 15 royal house guards, and then probably 30 or 40 court members of the court. Plus the 2, well, so one of the advisors, the one who was whispering in her ear when you asked the questions, he ran off. The other one is still behind the other queen.
Is the great library of Kalport still as it has always been rumored in its grandeur?
The Library of Therondimus is the finest library, the finest collection of items in this part of the world, maybe in the entire world.
Considering most of it's sunk, those things are made of paper? Yeah, probably.
You denigrate the grandness of our library, even if the others hadn't sunk. The
Oh
Library
no,
of
I just think
Therondimus would
it's
still
probably
be...
the only library.
And in
At
fact,
least
that
of
is,
a note.
and that is in fact one of the reasons we have come here is to study and research
That's
there.
one of the last bastions of knowledge on this world.
I see. So you would like permission to enter the library?
Yes.
Yes.
All welcome.
So,
Seekers welcome, come as you are.
Well, only those learned enough to partake of the rich knowledge of the library, make use of the library.
It's not how it always was.
You know of our library?
Learned of it.
It is the most grand collection of items in all the world.
Its reputation is known far and wide as such.
Yes. Some enter the library and never come out. It is such a vast, vast place full of knowledge. They never want to leave.
So wait, can you eat in the library?
Of course. There are various areas supplied with food, because we know that some get lost in the knowledge.
Who's all allowed to enter the library then?
Those whom the queens deem worthy.
I kind of glance at Khonnos and go, so do we want to mention the whole, like, eye stuff?
I'll think back to them. No, I don't think we should bring that up right now.
Character question for a hot second.
Mm-hmm.
The sigil that I saw on the two humans in my dream, like way back at the beginning.
Yeah.
Didn't recognize it at that point in time.
Correct.
Do I know what it is now, / would I be able to describe it to the queens?
Yes.
Would it really matter?
I mean, it depends on if you want to describe it to them or not. If you have not seen it on any of the entourage, I'll put it that way. I mean, in other words, it's not like you could look at like one of the guards or one of the people in the court and go, that symbol, that's it. Like you don't see it on any of them.
Oh, I describe it.
Okay.
I ask, is that a familiar sigil?
We have heard of such sigils in certain areas. Let me look up something.
I'm pulling lore from session 3.
Mm-hmm.
So the symbol had two chains linked, like, one chain, like linked.
Mm-hmm.
And it had a wing behind it. And then it had, this is going to sound dumb, but it had like, if you ever look at old comics or something, when a superhero hits somebody, it goes pow, and it makes like it's that kind of thing behind it, right? I call that it's the ATP symbol. It's the biology energy symbol, because ATP is always made with like the pow thing behind it, because it's trying to show energy, pow, bam. So it's that with a wing, and then in front of the wing are two linked chains. So that's the symbol.
Okay.
And she says they have seen that symbol in the library, but it's not something that they have assigned a scholar to or that means anything to Kalport. But it is a known symbol. It's considered an ancient symbol that they don't really like it. It has not been. She would say it has not been important to the royal houses to investigate it, because it is not a symbol of power that is active in the world currently. So we have not assigned anyone to investigate. That's how she would say it. Very proper and kind of stoic.
Yeah. or not active.
Your Majesty, are you familiar with a subject of yours named Batet of Kalport?
Oh, Batet. Batet is a very famous Kalport poet.
Alive?
Oh, no. He died before the sinking.
Your Majesties, is the name Bolum known in this court?
Roll a perception check.
Sure.
Everyone.
My passive's an 18, if that counts for anything.
I rolled a 1.
Rolling
10.
11.
Perception? 18.
What did Karu get?
11.
And Axley got a
I got a 1.
Imran.
18.
And Khonnos, what'd you get?
10.
But your passive
As I
was
do
18.
most. As I do most all.
Yeah. So you notice that when you said the name Bolum, the queens don't react, but a couple of people in the court lean over and sort of talk to each other.
Ooh, I can read their lips. What are they saying?
You can't
The
read their
same,
lips.
actually.
They literally
Oh,
say
God
Oh,
sort of things.
damn. Well played.
Eh.
Also because, it's not proper to talk, right, in the
Right.
court. So they're literally like as silent, but you notice it. You see it more than hear it, right?
Mm.
Kind of out of the corner, and yeah. The queen, who has been speaking to you, says, that is a relatively common name amongst our family line. Is there a Bolum that you are specifically speaking of?
Not right now. No.
Is there a reason
Forgive.
you ask?
It's the name that we have heard in our travels, and came to believe had some significance or some importance here. But if it's a common name, then think nothing of it.
A common name in my family line. My grandfather was relatively famous locally. Perhaps those tales got back to you.
Even though Trask and Finn does not lie in Kalport's authority, we do hear quite many tales of the greatness of the line here.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
Of course.
We take great care to maintain the best possible family line. I only have one final question, and then we will eat, and then our audience will be over. Would you like to be housed in the Royal Hall? During your stay, I mean.
Suppose if that is something that can be arranged, sure, why not?
Of course. We will also assign you an elite guard. They will follow your commands so long as you do not request that they harm any member of the royal household or themselves or any member of the civilian population under their care without provocation.
That seems
Also,
fine.
I trust that you have been informed of the rules of Kalport. There
We
shall
have.
be no
Yes.
teleportation. There shall be no hidden weapons. You all have your weapons out, I see. Is there anything hidden on you right now?
No.
No.
It is the duty of every royal member that when they see a citizen who is not following these rules, they are to be reported immediately.
And what happens to those who don't follow the rules?
Well, they are taken and retrained. It is
Re-
important for the peace of society that everyone follows the rules. Therefore, everyone is safe and well. This is the reason why we have quarantined your other people. We do not want our citizens to get sick.
We're still not sure if it's that kind of sickness, but I think I understand the reasoning behind that. I'm curious though.
Yes.
Why the teleportation specifically?
Kalport once resided on a continent that was vast and had many, many teleportation circles, interweaving the various kingdoms and localities and duchies. Unfortunately, some of those can be activated from either end, and it is important to be able to maintain the integrity of our current location and our current populace. In other words, we don't want a stranger teleporting in. Well, not so much a stranger, that would probably be okay, but other things could teleport in that we don't want.
Dangers.
Dangerous items, yes.
And that covers all type of teleportation, even short term.
Of course. It's better that way to have a cut and dry rule. Then everyone knows what to follow. There's
But a
no
rule,
there's no room for misconstruing a rule or claiming ignorance of the nuances of a law.
but a rule
Instead,
is just a social contract. What keeps the dangers you're worried about from doing what they want and still coming in?
I'm not sure what you mean. Our teleportation circles are guarded, and no one is allowed to teleport in or out of the city from the city limits.
Do you have wards against teleportation?
We have people who pay attention because they also want to stay safe.
So there's nothing preventing some evil to teleport within the city.
I have a very, very, very competent security force.
I hope that is true.
It is. Are you worried about a particular evil or danger that is following you?
I don't think it's following us.
Is this something that me and my people should be worried about?
I look at Khonnos.
Yes. Your Majesties, what do you believe caused the sinking?
Well, the scholars have not decided unequivocally. There are many, many possibilities. Obviously, there is some arcane element to what happened, and we know that the way that gates and ladders work somehow allowed for an intermixing. Perhaps a rift that was unregulated. This, again, is one of the reasons why we have such strict laws about teleportation.
Certainly.
I knew it was going to be you were going to tie it to teleportation.
We, in our travels, we've been, and this is one of the reasons we wish to use the library, is we've been following a theory that it may not have been any mere coincidence that caused this thing. We think that somebody may have tried to manipulate it on purpose.
So not an accident.
This is, of course, only a theory for now, but we wish to learn more to try
Do
to
you
prove
know
this.
who
It is not a name I would wish to speak in such a grand gathering of people.
Hmm.
It is a most foul name.
A most foul name. Very
Yes.
interesting.
Your
Well,
Majesty,
perhaps-
we're only worried that if we speak too freely in a group as big as this, we may incite fear among your people that would only bring chaos.
As you say that, the queen, who's been silent the whole time, goes and claps twice and says, "Remove." And the elite guard and the royal house guards start ushering everyone out of the room. And all the people are like, what? You know, and they are shocked that this turned so quickly. And everyone leaves, and you hear a bunch of doors closing. You hear the people mumbling outside and getting farther and farther away. Most of the royal guard leaves. 2 royal guards are next to the 2 main doors, and then 2 areas on the right and left. The other elite guards all stay in. So there's 10 elite guards, and there are 6 royal guards still there. And then there is the 2 queens, the 1 queen's advisor. And right as all of that finished happening, the other advisor comes back in, Huberto, which is who she told to go get Tullus. And Huberto is followed by a person who is obviously a religious leader, who has, basically the vestments of a high-level cleric, to be mechanical, right? But the vestments of someone who has reached a high rank in the church. And, he's wearing like a very extravagant hat. He's got a very extravagant chain on with a holy symbol. And he's quietly walking behind the advisor. And they
Symbol of
both
Straben.
come in and they sort of stand behind the queen. Yeah, symbol of Straben.
Okay, well, that was easier than I thought. Okay, you trust the guards that are left, right?
Why would I have guards in my presence at all times that I did not trust?
Just being thorough.
Would you like them to leave as well? Remove! And the royal guards and half of the elite guards leave.
You trust us that much?
That's
yeah, I was
impressive.
gonna say that's
Wouldn't it?
the show of faith.
Yeah.
I guess we can talk more freely now then, Khonnos.
Yeah, I guess I'll keep digging the hole I started here, because that's just what it feels like to me. So I appreciate the gesture. The person we have come across that we believe is either connected with this event or is trying to exploit it for their own purposes is someone named Larolac.
We have met during our travels.
You've met this person.
Yes.
Fought them.
Yeah.
And what does this,
My mom.
why would this bring fear to the hearts of my people?
One of the things we've seen in our journey was him commanding an army of undead.
From the sea.
He also has a pretty
From
extensive.
the sea, the priest said that. From the sea?
He
What
also
is this
seems to.
blasphemy of undead from the sea?
He's really excited to talk to another cleric. I'm not.
I'm
Your
just
Highness,
ruining
Your
everything,
Highness,
don't I?
please, I beg, Your Highness. You brought me here, obviously, because I have knowledge of the ways of Straben. And this is blasphemy. Straben would not allow such vile undoing in his seas, in his domain. Blasphemers! The queen doesn't even acknowledge him. She's just waiting for you to go on.
The army looked pretty large, consisting mostly of undead creatures found on the oceans, including sentients.
He also seems to make use of a pretty extensive network of teleportation circles.
Yes, he does.
And how do you know all of this?
Because we've been the thorn in his side We've found a couple of his hideouts and
On other islands.
on other islands.
There's also potentially a bigger threat than Laralac himself. After
Yeah, he seems to be working for some kind of evil. I guess you could call it a god. Perhaps someone trying to go against the gods that you worship.
Oh, and who is this?
Do we have a name?
We
don't think we do.
we don't have a name. They've called him. It calls itself. We've heard it referred to as a howler, and it looks like a. We've seen it appear.
We have a name.
We
have a
do.
name. Shamasa Hasid.
Oh, right.
That's right, we did that.
All over the place. Totally.
So we've heard it referred to as Shamasa Hasit is the name it's like it takes for itself. We've seen it appear as a very, very large dog-like creature, but we don't know if this is its true form or
Roll
not.
perception.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
19. And that's without my bonuses.
8 again.
22. We're on edge.
When you say Shamasa Hasit, the priest goes completely stone still, just stops moving at all. Like before, he was kind of agitated and like, "Oh, this is blasphemy," and then you say that name, and he just goes quiet and still.
I keep an eye on him. Side eye.
You appear to have heard that name before.
Not beating around the bush.
Excuse me, who is addressing me?
I'm a guest of yours, or your queen's.
And you are?
My name is Axley, a seeker of knowledge.
And you are saying that I am acting out of turn? I am
No.
being quiet in the presence of my queens.
No, you just seem to stiffen when that name was mentioned, as if you've heard it before.
Perhaps I have.
Well, would you please enlighten me?
It is a demon of the old world.
Oh, thank you for sharing. That's something I've never heard before. What is the nature of this demon? Please share the stories.
I do not know stories. I only know demons.
Well, that just makes it worse, I guess, because this demon wants to, mess with the world.
What is the nature of this demon?
It is a demon. What is the nature of any demon?
We're going to play this game, are we?
I do not play games, small sir.
Well, this demon seems to be infecting people with what you call a disease, and I would call a curse. And your priests are apparently unable to stop
The
it.
disease that is here is not from a demon. It is from the ocean.
Is that why Straben can't heal it?
Straben chooses not to heal it because it is of sin.
Or maybe because it was the result of a demon?
It was the result of vying for things that are not deserved.
Like pledging themselves to a demon?
They have sullied themselves.
With
They
a
shall
demon?
not be healed. Perhaps his voice gets a little louder and raised a little bit.
We're not trying to cause an argument. We're just trying to learn as much as we can, so we can try to prevent any more catastrophes from happening.
The queen turns to the priest and says, "You can leave us."
Thank you, goodbye.
And he turns and leaves.
What's his name?
Tullus. We are so good at making friends.
He is a bit agitated because he has not been able to heal any of the refugees.
He left. I wanted to ask what used.
Sometimes people get too lost in their, oh, my God is all powerful, and not realize that, well, there's other things out there quite as powerful as other gods.
We ourselves have spent extensive time trying to do the same thing, find a cure for this ailment, as we've been both besieged by it and running from it for quite some time now.
I have friends who have others who need healing.
If a cure can be discovered, would the refugees be freed?
As soon as a person is without ills, they can roam the city as they feel free to do. We are a free people.
I've heard that only one person among the refugees showed signs of illness, and yet they're all being kept.
We do not know if it is contagious. Until they all show no signs, they will not be released.
Well, that's my point. I don't think it's contagious because I think it's a curse.
But can you guarantee it?
Can you
A
guarantee
remove
the
curse
sun will rise
spell
tomorrow?
was able to cure it.
Most of it.
Your Majesty, have you
Most, but not
have you,
all. Is that what
Yeah,
you're
have
saying?
you heard the name Laralac before?
Personally, no.
Strange. I think he may have visited your library.
Really? Why do you say that?
Just the knowledge he has.
Hmm.
And the books we've
The
found.
books. Oh, you found books. You want to donate them? Or you are returning them because you think they came from our library?
We don't know where they came from besides Laralac's personal libraries, but it would be very interesting to see if they did come from the library itself.
So let me get
Initially.
this straight. You have intimate knowledge of this supposedly evil person who is raising an army in the undead in the ocean, and you know that it's related to a demon, and you have books from his personal library, and we're supposed to trust you. And you want us to set free the people that came from your home island, who are obviously ill, to run free in our free city.
Hold up. Only one of the people from that island was supposedly sick.
The entire crew has been on a ship with that sick person. How do we know that they are not carrying that illness around, just ready to pass it to someone else?
How long have you kept them in
Since
under
they got
supervision?
here,
Which was,
several days ago.
have any of them shown any symptoms?
I do not know. I would have to ask. I will ask my
Have
steward.
Has this illness been seen on Kalport before now? What do you know about it?
Nothing.
So this
You
was the
mentioned-
first case.
But you mentioned you are familiar with blue goblins. You have knowledge of them.
But we know that they exist.
Have they plagued your lands for many years?
No. You didn't
I know
answer
it's
my
weird we're
question.
asking a lot of questions,
Why
but
are we supposed to trust you?
I don't know.
Would we be telling you all of this as evidence of a sinister plan if we were part of it?
It could be a lie. It could be part of the plan itself. You yourselves have said you have intimate knowledge from this evildoer, and
Yeah, that's fine.
you brought ships to our shores that have sick people.
One ship. Which we captured. Which belonged
But
to the
other
back.
ship came from your lands.
Right, but the one person that was sick was also captured from the Laralax people.
But you've given me no reason to believe you.
No.
What would it take for you to
convince
believe
you?
us?
I don't know. I have no reason to not believe you either.
There's more risk in not believing us.
Well, I haven't seen your behavior for very long. I've only seen you for a few minutes.
It's true.
Well,
and
we're
we've
here.
asked a lot of questions.
Yeah, and we're here to bring you a warning. I mean, it's on you whether you put any faith in it at all. But if not, then just be aware of it.
I think the point here is we felt compelled to give you this information because you are in charge of a large group of people who depend on you for their security. We do not really expect much in return besides access to the library so we can continue our own studies. Much of what we've said is theory at this point. We are trying to figure things out ourselves. We can't promise that what we're saying is the absolute truth because we don't know what the absolute truth is, and we'd be fools to think that what we know is actually the truth. It's just what we've learned on our trip to Kalport.
And reverse the perspective. From our standpoint, if you take on if you assume that what we're saying is true, we are taking a large risk in telling you this information, not knowing the nature of how widespread the threat is and who is in league with it.
So
we've also.
What do you need from us?
Access to the library, that is all we ask. What you do with the rest of the information is up to you.
And we'll share with you whatever we find in our search for knowledge in the library pertaining to this evil.
Anything we find that can make Kalport safer, we'll gladly share.
Very well. The elite guard will know that you have access to the library.
Great.
You will be
As for
given
those
accommodations. The major domo will tell you where your rooms are. You are free to come and go.
As for those under quarantine, all we ask is that they be treated well until they are safe to leave.
You have my word.
They are, after all, our people.
Of course. Well,
and one other thing, days ago on our journey, we were attacked by storm wyverns from the sky that came from this direction. Mm-hmm. And as we know from lore and geography, Kalport used to coexist with storm wyverns on your shores.
I wouldn't say coexist. I would say that they did live in the mountains surrounding the lake. We do have experience with them, yes.
Have there been any sightings of them recently?
There are always sightings of them. Several, actually.
But no undue attacks.
Well, depends on your definition of undue. I mean...
More than normal?
Well, normal is a difficult word to explain in this region. How much do you know about the storm wyverns?
Well, the ones we encountered were also accompanied by a strange creature we had never seen before, and I'll describe what it looks like.
We don't know those, but the wyverns used to be called Kalport wyverns, and they actually protected us from dragons. They're mortal enemies with certain types of dragons, and, well, that stopped a long time ago, and including after the sinking, but there are several storm wyverns in the area, but usually they only come out to still protect us. And unfortunately, I have to admit that lately there has been a dragon around. We're not proud of this. In the olden days, we would have had a competition and had it slain by now, but for several months we've been plagued by, perhaps that's the wrong choice of words, we have been harassed by a dragon that keeps demanding tribute, and occasionally the storm wyverns show up to help us.
The ones we saw were young and foolish.
And very wild.
Yes, the young ones are very impetuous, and If they mate, they do not leave each other.
Well, it was a pair, and unfortunately we couldn't get them to leave, so we had to put them down.
Ah, that is too bad. Luckily, they have a lot of offspring, so
Yeah, it still felt bad. Apparently, a tiny Lutrinian is not intimidating enough for big wyverns.
they don't intimidate easily.
Yeah, noticed.
Hmm.
What kind of dragon is it?
It is one like I've never seen before. It has red and green scales.
I just look at Khonnos. This better not be because of Laralac again. I swear to God, if every problem is linked back to Laralac. I know.
Yeah, Earl says, "What the hell, Laralac?"
Aw.
He's hungry.
Hmm.
It's an hour past his food time.
And is the dragon still threatening the city, or are the wyverns still keeping it at bay?
Uh, yes and yes.
When was the last time it was sighted?
2 weeks ago.
Do you know where he's laired?
Yes, south of the city.
Was there anything important south of the city before he laired there? Like any location he chose?
Well, there were in the
Please
olden
tell.
times there was a mountain range. Now it's just a couple of mountains, but it was an entire range before, and there were several things there.
Please tell me there was no teleportation circles there.
Well, I don't know the answer to that. There was a dwarven hold.
Hmm.
It was got too many windows open. It was, let me open my map here. It was called Kotuk.
So,
Everybody disappeared from the thing.
so it's just a mountain range. There's no like dormant volcano or glacier.
Well, I'm not really sure. I mean, I suppose.
Okay.
I mean, in the ancient times, there were no volcanoes on that ridge. But it's possible, I suppose there's one now. I don't really know. I mean, I suppose I should send some people to investigate, but we haven't been able to get close enough.
Why not? Because
Well,
of the dragon itself?
yes,
He's patrolling the land then.
of course.
Well, makes sense. Lots of problems. Well, I suppose one dragon is better than an army of undead, but at least Kalport has a decent amount of clerics to deal with those. Should that
Well,
come to pass.
I don't know what happened to our video here, but we're going to end pretty soon, so I'm not going to mess with it. Oh, hey, look at that. Well, I hate to say that we can't deal with the dragon ourselves, but it would be nice to have some help. I'll put it that way.
Well, I don't know if I can speak for the rest of the party, but we are kind of low on funds.
Well, you're going to spend some time in the library. Perhaps when you're done there, you will come back and perhaps we can talk about working together to get rid of a mutual enemy. More than one mutual enemies, maybe.
Sure.
Might be a way that we can both build more trust with each other.
I agree.
Sounds great. We've got a plan then.
Excellent. Most excellent. So the question is, do you want to go to the library now, or is there something else you want to do? And our session is basically over. So is there anything you want to do? I guess the way I should ask it, is there anything you want to do before the session ends specifically?
I can't think of
Mm.
anything.
No, I think we're good.
Okay. Let's call it there then, if there's nothing else. And we'll end it for the evening, and then we'll come back to it. And you're probably going to want to sleep in your quarters and have a meal and everything before you go to the library, or do you want to go straight to the library?
What time of day is it?
Yeah.
I mean, it's the afternoon. It's not late.
Marin's booking
but-
it to the library.
Say that again.
Yeah.
Emmarin's booking it to the library.
Okay.
She's booking it to the library. Lol.
Well, that's
I'm gonna
that's a
I'm
dad
gonna-
pun if I ever heard one.
Yeah. I'm dragging myself there.
Mm.
God, not this. Wait for this.
Okay, so the library, your elite guard that has been assigned to you, can take you to the library. The library is
On the way there, I snag an amethyst.
from where?
I can't. I just pick one up off the ship to make sure I have one.
Okay, yeah. Okay. The library, if you look at the map real quick, the library is open the original. So if you're in the royal palace, when you look sort of north of that, you see that what looks like a kind of weird statue. Okay. Directly in front of that is a sort of a weird shaped dark brown building with a circle on the tip of it. That's the library, which looks kind of small in that view. But when you get to the library, it's 400 feet by 300 feet. It's a humongous building by the standards of anything. And it's about 40 feet tall. And it's completely made of stone on the outside. And I just find my notes here. As you get closer and closer, it just sort of looms really large and looks just so humongous to you. It almost looks like it's impossibly large in terms of a structure. By the way, you see lots of people walking around in the town, and people seem to be, fairly happy and whatnot. Imran, you recognize the main entrance. There are 2 humongous wooden doors. Each of them looks to be hewn from a single giant tree. There's a carving of a roll of parchment that's half unrolled, and on that parchment, the part that's unrolled, it says "All seekers welcome," and then on the next line it says "Come as you are." and if you walk into it, Imran, it looks exactly like it did in your dream. There is a huge grand entryway, a large stone reception desk. There's a wall featuring a nice bas relief of hooded figures reading and writing. There's a stone statue that stands behind the desk. It's pointing at a book laid out on the desk. The elite guard do not follow you in. They just open the door for you.
Oh, not readers?
We're not allowed inside.
Just out of curiosity, I'm gonna look at that book on the desk through the pages and see if I see entry.
There's only one page. It's blank. It's pretty obvious that the other pages have been removed.
What purpose does that serve?
Is there a pen nearby it?
There's a quill and a little
Right.
pot of ink.
Yeah, I write trusted daughter of Goras, the first entry.
The two doors behind the statue shift back and slide open, just like in your vision.
This is like really, really like.
Surreal.
As a player, it's like familiar. It's deja vu, and it's really creeping me out.
So then we'll end there, but let me describe for you the room that you enter, or that you see. You don't even have to enter it. What you see beyond that room as those doors open, they slide back. You see a smallish room. It's probably 30 by 30. It's lit with candles. There are stone benches along each wall, and there's an ornate podium in the southeast corner. There is a brass bell sitting on it, and there's a book sitting on it. Otherwise, the whole place is made of stone, just like in your vision. There are, however, exits out. If you were to walk into this room, the two doors will close behind you, and there are so there's those two doors. There's a door on the east, a door on the west, and there is a door on the south. There's also entryways that don't have doors, so just passageways out of the room in all directions. And you could see, if you look through those passageways, giant bookcases just filled to the brim with books. So let's end there.
Nina, did you keep those notes all the way from like that early session that had that specific thing in it? Really? Wow, that's impressive.
Nice.
It is a passage that Sam read with like two huge wooden doors. I have it all written down, and I was
Really?
reading it, and I was like, "Oh my
Wow.
god, this is like session 2."
Wow, that's amazing. What a
God.
callback.
It actually like sent a chill down my spine. I was like,
Yeah.
"Oh my god, this is weird."
Both of you guys, that's incredibly impressive.
Oh my.
Not as impressive for me. I have it written.
Yeah.
Because that session I was reading it because I wrote it before the session.
Mhm.
So for the audience, then let me read it so that you don't have to go back and listen to episode 2.
But still do.
Yeah, but you can if you want. So here's the thing that happens. This is what Imran feels and sees as she's having this dream. Okay. You're flying over a great expanse of water. You have a feeling of freedom and joy. Soon you see land in the distance, and you're flying toward a large forested island. You descend down until you're a few feet above the surface of the water. You come to a city bustling with activity. You fly around and observe many typical activities. Some people are haggling in a large open-air market. There are awnings flapping in the breeze, and agreeable prices reached. The temple bells are ringing in the distance. There's a busy tavern filled with laughter. Soon you fly toward a large domed building. It's the largest building you've ever seen. Its walls are made of stone and covered in intricate carvings of ships, waves, and the sigil of Straben. You find yourself standing in front of the main entrance. There are 2 humongous wooden doors, each hand-hewn from a single giant mangrove trunk. On the front is a carving of a roll of parchment half unrolled with the following words in 2 lines. All seekers are welcome, and below that, come as you are. You can't even remember landing on the ground, but you now find yourself walking towards the doors, which open as you approach. The entryway is grand, with a large stone reception desk a few feet from the entrance. Behind the desk is a wall featuring a bas-relief of hooded figures reading and writing. A stone statue stands behind the desk, pointing at the book laid out upon it. The book contains the rules of the Library of the Grey Towers. Number 1, no item is to be removed from the premises. Number 2, copies can be made manually with your own parchment or services can be provided. Number 3, if you need help, just call on Tavros. Number 4, please sign to the right. And as you look to the right, another book is there, and you see that a name is being written on the page, but no quill or hand or person can be seen. The name reads, Trusted Daughter of Goros. After the name finishes being scrawled in the book, the walls behind the desk slide back and to the sides, revealing a library beyond. Inside the building is lined floor to ceiling with shelves of books, scrolls, and parchments. Between every set of 2 bookcases are large wooden tables containing quills and sheets of parchment. The library is vast, and you feel as if you are in a maze, but your feet are carrying you forward, and you make decisive turns at every intersection or passageway. You walk for what seems like hours, your steps echoing off the walls, the only sound you hear. Eventually, you come to a door with a sigil etched into the middle of it. The sigil has a gap in it, and you remove a small piece of crystal from your bag and place it in the gap. The sigil glows with blue light, and the door swings open. As you enter the small room, you see a small purple reptile skittering away and hiding in the darkness. In the middle of the room is a pedestal with a book on top. The book has a blue leather cover and reads The Book of Proofs. Just as you reach for the book, you hear voices behind you. And then she was attacked and chased by 2 people, 2 humans, that were talking about, the boss said, get her, we gotta, get the book. She threatened to burn the book. They said, now you don't want to do that. They chase her. She's running and running and running. She loses her vision. She felt like she had been guided by Goros the entire time up until then. And then she lost her way, couldn't find her way out, finally sees the opening of daylight in the distance ahead of her. She keeps running she can hear these people behind her, and suddenly there's an earthquake. People grab her. She falls down, and as she looks over, she sees there's a brazier that has a reflection, but the reflection isn't Imran. The reflection is her mother. That was session 2 or 3 or whatever session that was.
Yeah.
Way back when.
Way back when.
Yeah.
Now you're in the library. You just went into the lobby. You signed in as the trusted daughter of Goros. And you're all standing.
Like the end can change.
Well, you already have the Book of Proofs, right?
Yeah.
No, that's what I'm so confused. Also, so excited.
Doesn't have a blue cover anymore, though.
No, it has
Yep.
a skin cover.
Yeah. So we're going to stop there.
It's seen some things, the Book of Proofs.
Yeah, that book's been through some shit, right?
Yeah.
So I'm going to say goodbye. Everybody say goodbye. And
Bye.
we will
Bye.
catch you.
Everybody.
Right.
All right. So switching to the thank you for watching.
I like how it waved even though our cam's never.
Yeah, the cameras.
The only one that can be seen is